Welcome to the Thursday, May 28th, 2026 meeting of the Lewis and Clark County Commission. Please stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Just a quick introduction of the folks on this end of the room. Roger Baltz, to my far right, is our Chief Administrative Officer, and he helps keep us flowing and getting everything done. It's just amazing how well things work with his supervision. Frank Cornwell is the Chief Financial Officer and oversees a lot of what we're talking about today on budgets. Candace Payne, Commissioner. Andy Hunthausen, Commissioner. I'm Tom Rolfe, Chair of the Commission this year. And over here to the far left is Brandy Grandy, who is our recording secretary, creates our minutes and puts everything on our website to make sure that people have access to all that we're doing. We ask that people sign the sheet on the other side of the bar, as well as leave us a address or some contact information so that we can get back to them if necessary. And there is an agenda over there as well. Our first item of business today is the budget of the Department of Emergency Services.
Good morning, Commissioners, Mr. Chair. My name is Kyle Sturgill Simon. I'm the Emergency Management Program Manager for Lewis and Clark County. And in front of you is our budget summary for fiscal year 27. Up first, I just want to talk a little bit about what we've been up to in the last year. Of significance is 2 emergency declarations. One back in December, where we had an extreme wind event. There was significant impact to travel, down trees and down power lines across the county. And actually that event ended up impacting most of the state as well. Those power outages ended up impacting communities in the county, some for as long as 4 days. So we spent a lot of time communicating and coordinating with local partners, fire districts, local aid groups and whatnot, seeing if there were any citizen needs that we could coordinate to the agencies that had resources available. Not too long after that, March 20th, we had a spat of fires across not just our county, but also Jefferson County. So that made for a bit of a hectic day. Travel along I-15 was severely impacted. The sheriff's office had to actually pilot cars through because of the smoke that was drifting across the interstate, and that impacted the ability for fire trucks to respond up to the Ordway fire outside of Cascade as well. Evacuations were ordered for the Ordway fire, and whenever evacuations are ordered, that kind of ups our involvement and our participation in the incident. So we were on scene working with the incident commanders. We were also working with agency partners, DNRC and whatnot, to make sure that information was getting out to all the people impacted. We've also gone outside of the county a little bit. We've helped we helped it for 2 fires that were reimbursed. You can see a number up there. We have an option 3 agreement through the DNRC. So if they need additional resources, we can provide that and recoup our expenses. So we did that twice the last fiscal year. And then we also provided mutual aid to Lincoln County. They were impacted by the windstorm immediately after a larger flooding event. And then they also had a death in their administration while they were in the midst of recovery. So there were a lot of moving parts going on, and we helped them out with that. One thing that we've done in the last fiscal year, we communicate a lot with our agency partners, and we put together a survey and asked everybody that we could get to respond. What are their expectations of us? And so our customers are not only the citizens of the county, but also other governmental agencies, nonprofits, response agencies. It's a pretty diverse group of people that expect to be able to call a number and get a person on the other end of the phone. We got 38 partner agencies to respond, which was fantastic. And by the way, I'm not taking any credit for this survey. Autumn Ashdale, the DES coordinator, she put this together, followed up with partners. There's a copy of the results of this survey on your desk there. And it turned out great. We got a lot of really good feedback. 67% of the agencies that responded said that they expect emergency management to be reachable at all times, every day of the year. And that's for a wide range of things that I'll get to on a further slide. Another 31% expect us to be reachable 24/7 during times where there's an increased risk. So we're talking red flag days, maybe there's a flood watch, winter storm approaching, things along those lines. And then across the board, you see there 81% of all the respondents said that when they do call, they expect to have somebody get back to them within the hour, if not picking up the phone when they call. So we realize that we do our best to make sure that we have coverage and availability, but there are sometimes holes. We've asked some of our mutual aid partners in neighboring jurisdictions to be on the phone and available if we're not in town. We're actually on the same deal right now for Jefferson County. If they have a big deal, we'll help them out right now because their emergency manager's out. But they only have one person. We have two. And so we decided that a draft on-call policy might be the best way to make sure that we have the coverage that our customers identified that they would like. And we have a proposal in the budget later that would cover that. So I just thought I'd throw this up here. It's a fun little slide in that you can see there's no real clear winner for what types of incidents people expect us to be available for and to assist with. The top 5 are wildfire, hazmat, mass casualty, critical infrastructure, such as dams or power infrastructure. And then my favorite, the other category, the ominous other category, where we might get called for any number of things. And in my experience in emergency management, that has been things like local public water system impacts, large scale events that may be not an incident, but they want to make sure that they're prepared during the event, things along those lines. And then when they do call us for those types of incidents, this is sort of what they're expecting us to be able to provide. So the top responses here, we do a lot in public information coordination. Betsy Kirkaby, the county information coordinator, is fantastic, and we work very closely with her. And then we work with all the PIOs, the public information officers, for all of our other response agencies. Coordination between agencies is quite a big deal. It takes some time to get to know and expect what other governmental agencies can or cannot do and what their policies look like. That's actually, there's a specialty involved with coordination between agencies called a liaison. And I happen to be qualified as a National Wildfire Coordinating Group liaison officer. So I do do that between incident management teams and local government quite often.
Sorry, I just, Mr. Chair, I didn't know if it's loud enough out there. Can you hear? You can hear okay? All right. For some reason, it seems slow today. I don't know. Sorry to interrupt.
So another thing, resource requests and helping with getting additional resource for incidents. We do a lot of public information and updates about incidents for other agency partners. When a fire district is having a bad day or when a community is having a bad day and other people want to help, it can be very nice for a single outside entity to be able to answer questions for them instead of them having to answer their phone on a very busy day. So we help out with that. And then also governmental functions. We draft emergency and disaster declarations not only for the county commission, but also for both City of Helena and East Helena, and assist with things along those lines. And also can assist with getting information to the state for state disaster declarations. So moving into the budget, we have the standard personnel budgets increase, including the 2.7 COLA step increases and the health plan contribution increase. Related to that draft on-call policy, this calls for an additional $12,675 for funding. And that's availability for members of the public, our partner agencies, and emergency notifications from critical infrastructure in terms of customer service. After that, on our operations and maintenance, an additional $250 for gas for increased fuel cost. And then on the travel budget, $5,000 added for travel, specifically for FEMA courses, the Advanced Academy and the Emergency Management Institute. Those are courses that are available to us for free, and we actually get reimbursed for the travel. So those would be reimbursable expenses. We just needed the budget authority to be able to go up front. And then we have an emergency operations center lease out at the airport. We're several years into that lease, and there's a 2% increase each year, so that's gone up by $95. And then our capital improvement remains the same at $4,000 each year. That's support for 2 generators, 1 vehicle. And last year, we actually modified the capital improvement plan to cover communications equipment. So radios, satellite internet, and things along those lines. And that's it. Available for questions if you have any.
Any questions from the commission?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Henhausen.
for Mr. Cornwell. Write your name for a second. Just kidding. Just the health of the budget, and if, not saying we want to yet, but this proposed increase and the impact to the budget, or can we handle it? I mean, what is your, I guess, preliminary forecast for an extra 12,000 asked for, right? Plus the 5, is that correct?
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Chair, Commissioners. So the process, what we do with these new requests, after this, I will, well, actually after today, and be working on it very heavily tomorrow and probably through the weekend a little bit. And then early next week, we'll have a cash flow analysis. If you guys want to know, have a sense of where we're going with all budgets. Specifically, the general fund budget is the one that's the largest and it takes the longest to cash flow and project forward. So it's tough to do that analysis now. This isn't.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I just meant in general sense, that's what we would do, go through that process.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll analyze it, and it would be a hit to the general fund, though, not.
Yes.
There's no, okay.
Yep.
So that's where that would come from if we, okay.
It would be a percentage of the general fund. I mean, it's not huge dollars, but I hate to be presumptuous. There's other items that you'll be assessing at the same time.
Yeah.
So
we'll put it in the mix and
Yep.
see. Okay. Thank you. Sorry to put you on the spot. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may I just
Roger?
add just a little bit to
Yeah.
that? Mr. Cornwell answered it just great, but we do this every year, commissioners. When we see any new request after these presentations, as Mr. Cornwell said, a a list of those will be prepared for you. We have a meeting set up, as Mr. Cornwell said, for next week to prepare that for you. And I believe we've tentatively looked to bring that back to you, I think on June 9. We'll confirm that as the day goes on today, but I wanted to let you know that. And that will have a whole list of anything unusual or new that you've heard about in the budget presentations, with a request for you to approve or deny that request based on the criteria of the cash flow that Mr. Cornwell will do for us. And just talking about our emergency services commissioners, I'm very glad that Kyle mentioned the partnership that we have with the airport. We've had that in place for many years to be able to go out there and, if needed, use space out there, and if needed, activate space out there for the Emergency Operations Center commissioners. And we have a backup generator out there. Kyle and I went out there the other day. We were just looking at it. And if you can visualize where the dispatch center is out there, there's a smaller building next to it that has some storage space that we keep equipment and some supplies in as well too. So it's been a really excellent partnership for us over the years. So I wanted to mention that. And also just talking a little bit more broadly about emergency operations. We're trying to pay attention to what is happening with regards to FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. I hope I got that acronym right. Because from time to time, we have opportunities to go after grant money working in partnership with FEMA. And it's important for us to have planning documents in place that Kyle works on for us. He and the team work on for us. For instance, the FEMA grant that we're attempting to get up in the Augusta area for that flood mitigation project, we have to make sure that we have an emergency study or an emergency plan in place to qualify for going after that kind of grant money. And also for our operations, every year, in addition to the general fund dollars, we try to supplement this budget to the degree that we can with funding through a FEMA grant called EMPG, Emergency Management Planning Grant. So FEMA is an important component to us on this, and there's been a lot of conversation about FEMA at the federal level in the past many months as well too. So I just wanted to mention those things as well. Thank you very much.
All right. Commissioner Payne.
Good morning. Earlier, day before yesterday, I believe, we were discussing issues with SSD, which does not stand for Social Security Disability. It stands for, what does it stand for? Special, help me with this, Kyle. Special Services. It's the dispatch center. And I have an idea that your operation is, you work hand in glove with them to get your work done. And they are asking for an additional 5 employees, which is a huge impact to our budget. Can you kind of describe to me how, if they don't get the extra 5 employees, will that impact your ability to do work? Or is this something that you are prepared to deal with to get your work done?
Mr. Chair Payne, good question. I can speak on that in terms of what resource management looks like for us in emergency management. Dispatch is the conduit from a citizen in the county to an emergency response agency. It's calling 911 is how the fire district knows to go to an address. I have, you may notice I'm a volunteer firefighter in what spare time I have. And I've seen where that process can be delayed by lack of dispatchers. And it gets worse the larger the incident becomes. And so on the emergency management side, what we do look at is that there's a lot of resources and programs available that we can put to good use if we find out that it's needed. And dispatch is one of those ways that we find out that it's needed. So they can relay a request from the population to us or to the agency partners, and we can help those agency partners get what they need. And I don't want to say that it's a bottleneck, but it can become a bottleneck during larger scale incidents, and larger scale incidents is definitely what we plan for and prepare for. So increased capacity in that regard. I've never heard of a county say they had too many dispatchers.
Thank you, Kyle.
Okay. Other questions? You know, I know that you've been putting involved in some of the planning and meetings. I can't remember the acronym, but it's the local group that gets together to kind of plan for emergencies.
Chair, yes, there's a couple. I think the local emergency planning committee, LEPC.
Yeah, I haven't been able to for a while to attend those meetings, but when I have been on, I've been really impressed with how you've got folks from all sorts of groups around the county that gather to talk about what ifs, you know, and how you might be able to take care of those problems. One of the ones that I heard about recently was the one about what if the dam broke, you know, or something happened. Could you just describe that a little bit, and what some of the thoughts, the things were there?
Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Chair. So on a previous slide there, we mentioned that one of the things we might get called for is a infrastructure issue. We have quite a bit of critical infrastructure in the county. One of them, we have some very large dams. And so we do exercises with those, the dam owners and the dam operators, so that we're familiar with what their emergency action plan is, what their expectations of the local jurisdiction. And then there's a little bit of a handoff there too. So, you know, the dam operator and the dam owner has sort of jurisdiction. They have a plan for what they're going to do during an emergency. And then they notify through dispatch and the sheriff's office and us that something is going on. And then they immediately need help getting word out to the right people, whether it be an evacuation warning or an evacuation order, managing or spooling up resources and get them into the area if we need to, such as search and rescue, swift water teams, things along those lines. And then we also talk to communities about what would recovery look like for damage to one of those pieces of infrastructure. And so we actually have probably more dams in the county than people realize. If you count a lot of the agricultural dams, some of them are considered high hazard dam, which is a definition of how much water it's holding back and whether or not there are homes downstream of it. And there's more of those than people realize. And if they were to fail, not only do you have damage to homes that could be an immediate impact, but you also have damage to agriculture because you have loss of the storage of water. You might have damage to fish and wildlife, local recreation and tourism. So we talked to a lot of different partners about what that would look like and how to kind of get ahead of it.
Very good, very good. That kind of hit home. I remember a fellow that I used to work with. Back in '64, there was major flood damage up along the Rocky Mountain front, and his family had just built a new home near Valier, and all of a sudden they got word that the dam above them had broken, and they grabbed what they could, got up on a hillside, and watched their brand new home get destroyed. And so those things do happen, and it really had quite an effect on him as he was pretty young at the time, and I remember him talking about what a traumatic thing that was. And I'm just glad that there's somebody out there thinking about what we have to do to take care of those kinds of events. So it's, I guess the old adage is if we aren't prepared, then everything becomes an emergency. So maybe you can mitigate some of the emergencies by having some preparation. So thank you for what you're doing there.
Thank you.
So, all right. Any other questions? Well, I don't see any more. I think we're scheduled for a break now until about 10:30 for the Sheriff's Department budget. If that's how, we'll just we'll call it a break until 10:30, and I may be gone for that, or at least a portion of that. Reconvene, and let's get rolling with the sheriff's budget. This should be fun.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I'll read from you from the book of Job, chapter 15, verse 25. I'm kidding. If you knew what Job was, it was about being a faithful servant to God when everything was taken away. So that was the inference, but maybe Tom got it. We'll move along now. So I am going to read a prepared statement along with several other division leaders. You ready? Oh, whoops. We'll wait till we have a visual. That's the fire department because they know that our budget's hot. Okay. I'll just start talking while you research. Okay. So I believe that you have the budget narrative, and we'll just go over that. And you have the budget before you. I'll start off, then I'll be followed by the undersheriff, Commander Christensen, Captain Bragg, Captain Robinson, and I, or Brent again, and then me. So we'll give you the highlights. And thank you. I would like to first say thank you to Sherry for a lot of work and wringing of hands, and also the staff over there, being over here, Frank and Roger, thank you. So this was done with a lot of partnership, a lot of working, and isn't much left, but we'll talk about it. So the personnel budgets include a 2.7 COLA, step increases, longevity increases, and health plan contribution increases. The Sheriff's Employee Association negotiated a 1.5% increase, plus additional stipends retroactive to July 1 of 2025, which not only affected the FY26 budget, but also the FY27 budget. FY26 In FY26, the detention center hired 17 additional detention officers. Once the new staff has completed the required training, we anticipate it will decrease the vast amount of overtime. That would be about $305,500 year to date. Income from housing of the Department of Corrections inmates was significantly less FY26 anticipated. The Department of Corrections moved inmates sooner than in previous years, resulting in a negative of $326,000. We did get an award from the Law Enforcement Mental Health Grant of almost $200,000, and the lead on that has been Captain Brian Robinson, so I say thank you to that. That is to help defray the costs of mental health therapy and classes for staff. Next step will be under Sheriff Colbert.
Thank you, Sheriff. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, good morning. I'll go over the Sheriff Fund 2300. As you see in front of you, the operating and maintenance, it was decreased by about $126,000 due to the reduction of equipment required for new vehicles, as we won't be getting any this year, this coming up year. And then the capital improvement, the capital contributions, the contribution is for concealed weapons card laminator. That's the machine that you get your concealed weapon permit, and also your IDs, your county IDs. Deputy pistols and rifles, vehicles, drone replacement, body camera replacement, central square renewal. That's our new CAD system, CAD operating system that we started, and that's for 5 years. Radio repairs and replacements, special investigations. Special investigations would be things that need more than what we have, where we would have to send something out to an expert somewhere, that kind of thing. We never know how much or when that would ever happen. So we have to keep putting money away for that. We have delayed purchasing replacement vehicles due to budget restraints, but anticipate an increase in vehicle maintenance costs. Detention will continue to contribute $10,000 to their CIP for the replacements of washers, dryers, stoves, refrigerators, any of the operating equipment that they have there at the detention center. Next, I will turn this over to Commander Christensen.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm going to go over the Fund 2302 for the inmate fund. With the completion of the COSUP grant and steady outflow of the FY26 funding of the opioid abatement fund provided by the Commission, the Sheriff's Office portion of medication costs will increase. Although costs of the pass along to the inmates, we are reimbursed only a small percentage of the medication and medical costs. Increased medical budget of $278,000. And also the budget for Fund 2303 for detention, the operation and management increased from FY26. Building rent increased approximately $47,000, along with an increase in software of $46,000. And the capital contribution include a $50,000 to the building CIP to replace and update the detention center camera / operating systems. And the next will be the radio.
Commissioners, one thing I would like to add on detention, while attending a National Sheriff's Association conference back in DC, I made contact with a firm that's federally funded to come into Montana to help us get a waiver so we can get paid through Medicaid. Right now, currently, we do not. All costs are borne by the county, but you have to get a special waiver. Now, other counties have heard what we're doing, and they're extremely interested because of some of the funding called HART has been decreased or almost nothing. So having Medicare or Medicaid being able to be reimbursed for the healthcare costs while they're in there requires the state of Montana to say, yes, you can do that. Right now, the only waiver allowed to that is the Department of Corrections. We have been holding their inmates for quite a while, but this would be not only their inmates, but all inmates that we have. That's in the works. We've engaged with the firm. They're being paid through a federal grant, and Troy has been the point person on that. So we're beginning that to try to find other funding to help with the detention center. So that's brand new. That's why it's not in the book. It's brand new. Now I turn it over to Captain Bragg.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, good morning. I'm going to go over the radio budget for this coming year. For our operating costs, training, travel, and operating expenses should remain relatively similar to last year. Jackson Brooks, our new radio tech, is doing a lot of good things and trying to get him to training so he's up to speed a whole lot more with our systems. We were awarded a $500,000 congressional spending from the U.S. Congress for the community project funding. That money is going to go towards operability of our radios to get better service in low service areas for both patrol guys, SWAT guys, hopefully the entire office at one point. And then in addition, we're already looking at many of our sites throughout the county for the radio sites. They're going to need repairs and replacements in the near future. That's part of our CIP plan funding and trying to find ways to continue to keep radios operating. And then I'll turn it over to Captain Robinson.
Chairman, Commissioners, Captain Brian Robinson. Talk about a little bit about capital expenditures plan for fiscal year 27. We plan on spending $70,000 to replace our old patrol rifles. Some of those were probably bought in the 1990s and have exceeded their lifetime. And then our Corners Division is in desperate need of a new transport van. That was initially a detention van that was retrofitted. It's just not working the way we need it to. So $62,000 to purchase a new van for the Corners. Captain Bragg, again.
All right. And then for the search and rescue budget, the budget remains very similar to last year. A lot of this is staff with dedicated volunteers. Give you some of the stats with that. All of search and rescue donated and volunteered for 5,434 plus hours during the last year for training and missions. And then they gave, breaking that down, it looks like 718 hours in training, 503 hours in meetings, 435 hours in missions, 248 hours of administrative work, and they had 21 missions total last year, either in our county or assist to other county. And I'll turn it over to Under Sheriff Colbert.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I'm going to go over part of the corner. I know you have it in your books there to budget, but another thing that we can't foresee because we don't know how much or how many or how less they might be, but the number of abandoned bodies we receive continues to strain the budget of the Corners Division, along with unreimbursed expenses for cremation and autopsies. So to explain that just a little bit further, if we have a truly indigent person who has no family, no means, no friends, none of that, obviously we take care of that deceased person. What's happening, I think, at times is we either can't find a family, we do our due diligence to try to find a family and that kind of thing, and then later on the family will appear some way or another from wherever they were, and they will want their loved one, but obviously for reasons we have to get things done in a timely manner, and that could be months or even a year down the road or more. But we never know how many those will be in a year. So we have to make sure that we kind of keep an eye on that. And I can answer any questions on that if you have it right now, but.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Hunthausen.
Under Sheriff Colbert, thanks. Yeah, just curious about how that works. So, we try to, do we have a policy around, I'm trying to remember, I think around
Yes, Commissioner.
how that works. And then, if, a family comes forward post, not incarceration, internment.
Yeah.
That's the word I was looking for. Then what happens and how does that generally work? I suppose it depends on the situation, but
It does. There's a couple of things that are happening now. The majority of the time they'll come and realize, oh, you did have to do that, and they'll reimburse us for what we have done so far. We have to do that very delicately with the funeral home because we have a different price, obviously, than the public does. So we have to make sure we treat that very delicately because we don't want the funeral home to start complaint, which they have at times. Did that answer your question, Commissioner?
yeah, kind of that part of it anyway. Mr. Chair, if I could. Yeah, so I'm assuming that to get to that point, though, we've tried, all these different things to contact the family prior to taking action or in turning.
Mr. Commissioner, yes, that's exactly right. We do an extensive search for family members through all kinds of different means, that kind of thing, and always continue to do that before anything happens.
Right.
But again, a timely manner.
And I guess where I was going is that just covers us essentially, that we've done everything we could to make sure that we've, tried to contact the family. So if they do come back, then we're essentially covered from the perspective of we did all we could to find you or whatever the issue might be.
That's correct.
I just wanted to understand it a little better. So
Yep,
thank you.
correct.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
So in closing for the formal presentation, I wanted to read about some major concerns that we have. We continue to see costs for training, personnel, supplies and equipment, insurance increase at a higher rate than the mill levy income. The increase in income from the mill levy is less than the increase of the costs of personnel, operation and maintenance and capital funding. We're going to have some serious conversations about how we do business. That is something that we will come to either a business practice conversation about what we can do or what we will stop doing. My office looks at what we are providing, what we can afford to provide, and again, if your expenses exceed your revenues, can't do it. So those are some tough things. We've already, as the undersheriff stated, that we cut 8 vehicles from the upcoming year, which is significant when you think about the replacements, about having a good replacement program. You don't want to have critical failure. Critical failures are described as a deputy or coroner responding to a call, or so the deputy where time matters and the vehicle fails, not able to get there, and something catastrophic happens to the victim. County's on the hook for that, and maybe my office, but you will be included. So that's the importance of an accurate vehicle program. I know we've been putting money away into CIP, but as I started, there were some increases in personnel costs that are not keeping up with the amount of money that the mill levy has generated. And I think Frank has a good explanation of that if you haven't heard it already. Sherry, Frank, and Roger have had a lot of conversations about this budget. I'm not extremely pleased of all the things we've had to cut, but you can't spend more than what you're bringing in. So we had to do that, and it doesn't make it popular with some of the staff. I'll go back to what I just said. So we'll open it up to questions. If you have questions, I appreciate your indulgence and your attentiveness, and you didn't go to sleep on me. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Question for you. You say you potentially have found a way to get some of that medication taken care of. Them, we've been denied in the past because
Yes.
of that federal law.
Detention centers across Montana have been denied because we don't have a waiver. And when I was back in DC listening to this group, maybe Troy will remember the name of it, but they said, if you come and contact us, we will help you apply for a waiver, or if your state has one, to get a waiver for what they call local detention centers. The Department of Corrections has it, but they didn't include counties, and it's time they did. So we're pursuing that. The grant will pay for them to work, do the work, and then we'll present it. We'll probably need to present it to the governor's office. That's who will ultimately sign it, but there's a lot of homework and things like that that need to be done. But this group has got the go-ahead from the Federal Department of Justice, who they're funded with, to do the work.
What's the potential savings to us if we could get? I mean, how much money we're spending on medications now?
That's a shot in the dark right now. We don't spend anything from Medicaid. We cover inmate medical ourselves. So inmate medical can be from 80,000 to 200,000. Troy, if you want to come up and correct, or Gretchen, either one, you have a better idea? Because I'm off the hip. Sometimes inmate medical is extremely high.
I really don't have a very good guess either. Sherry does a lot of that. It's a lot. And this waiver would even go back to inmates that are no longer here. We could reimburse some of that too. So it's going to be a lot of money. So it's HARPA is what it is, but I don't remember what the acronym stands for. But it's something that's going to really be beneficial once it's in place. And we just had our first meeting a week or so ago with the sheriff. And so going forward, I'm going to be attending the meetings every other week. And as soon as we get things in place, I'll be updating the sheriff, and we'll involve everybody that should know what's going on. So it's going to be a really good, positive thing for us. And I can get some numbers together, but it's going to take a little time getting with Sherry and get some numbers together that we could have some more information for you.
Yeah, it'd be kind of nice to know what the potential savings would be.
Yeah.
I would imagine it's in here somewhere, but if it's 100,000 or 500,000 or.
Yeah, right now it would just be a guess, but we could work on some numbers.
Okay. That'd be great. And if it's a matter of just getting that waiver, then.
Sherry's on the ball for this budget year. So to date, we're looking at inmate medical of $158,000. That we may not get all of that back, but at least we can apply and we can try once the waiver is granted. So 158,000. Possibly half. Sherry says I should give her the mic.
Wonderful.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hadhausen.
Just along those lines, I think we, general sense, been working at it for a long time, trying to get, as people lose their Medicaid or Medicare coverage as they enter incarceration, and as long as they're pretrial, they should be covered, is what we've argued. I think both of our associations have argued. We've argued back in Congress. So this is great.
Yes.
And this waiver has been long in coming, and it'd be great. So I think, excuse me, however we can help, and I know that our associations are working on it as well. So if
There's
there's
19
progress.
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
Oh, just since if there's progress here, let's.
Yeah, there's 19 other states that have been successful.
Okay.
So this group feels rather positive that this is possible. So they've done it before with 19 other states. That's what caught my ear, got with them, and they're willing to help us do the paperwork, the applications, all those things, and outline the need for local jurisdictions.
I think a big factor is going to be the state if they need to go along.
Well, there's other detention centers have heard by Moccasin Telegraph, I guess, that we're doing this, and they're extremely interested in joining in. We all should be able to get this. So if we get it, hopefully we can include other jurisdictions around the state that have detention centers.
Thank you. Thanks.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
That'd be a help for everybody.
Yes.
You bet. All right. I'd like to just ask Frank about their CIP and how do you feel about it, and what do we need to do?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, when it comes to the sheriff's CIP, as you know, it's probably one of the second largest in the county. Lots of vehicles, lots of equipment. It's a challenge to fund that CIP. It's volatile. You know, they have assets that come off and on all the time. It's very difficult to project. It's one that's just basically always underfunded, but he works really hard to keep it funded as much as he can. Always makes a really good contribution that annually out of his budget in order to try to help fund that reserve. But it's a challenge. But considering all of the challenges that he has, I think he's doing as much as he possibly can with Sherry's help to get it funded. Doing things like, holding off a year for the eight vehicles is going to definitely help that fund, but it puts him in a bind, and there's other challenges that him and his staff have to work through. But from my perspective, he's doing as much as he possibly can for a CIP. Yes.
Are we, if I understand it right, on page 63 of his budget here, the contribution for this year is 528? Is that right?
Sherry, is that right? Yeah. Yes. Yes, that is correct.
Well, that's a healthy attempt to try to make it
Oh, yeah.
work. I think it's just something that needs to be, we need to keep plowing away at.
Mm-hmm.
You do have a lot of capital equipment that has to be replaced every so often. So
one of the things I'd like to point out is oftentimes we have we do have a great relationship with Public Works. So if you drive down there, you'll see vehicles sitting around. You're thinking, oh man, the sheriff's office is not maximizing its use of vehicles. If you look and how many vehicles that we have to replace, and we can't afford to wait 5 months. They hit a deer, they've been struck by another vehicle, and we need to get them in a vehicle. So we have to have vehicles in reserves. It's not like having a road grader sitting there doing nothing. We will hold back cars that we could have sold for revenue. They aren't brand new cars sitting there. They are cars that have a little bit lower mileage. I used to like to go by mileage, just saying at 85,000, they start nickeling and diming. We've had to up that. We're about 100 and some thousand now, but you start going through brakes a little bit more frequently, tires. Those are normal, but water pumps, all of those kind of things. When a vehicle goes down, basically that takes a deputy out of service because it doesn't do us any good to double up in a car. Reserves help a lot, but we're required to have so many people out on a shift, at one time. So those are some of the cars you see. The newer ones that are upfitted, we've found the best deal we can. Upfitted means bringing all that new equipment and putting it in the car and then having it online. But we can't be at net zero because somebody hits a deer, no fault of their own. We have suicidal deer in the county that will come and run and take out a car. So we have to have that depth that we can do other things that we've budgeted for, such as a command vehicle, such as the side-by-sides that integrated into search and rescue. They're spendy pieces of equipment, but when a life is on the line, you don't want the lowest bidder. The other issue is snowmobilers. The snowmobile recreation group has gotten extremely more powerful snowmobiles. When they do that, we have to go buy newer, better snowmobiles because they can get further back into the copper bowls. We can't get a helicopter in there to do a lift because of avalanche risk. So the training increases. The type of snowmobile we have to go buy just to do the rescue. Bless them, they want to have fun, but typically they're doing what they call high marking, seeing how far they can get before they fall off. And some of them are good. They can get there, but they don't have a way out. So they tumble. Fortunately, the ones, they have personal locator beacons that go off. We have to go in. It's our responsibility to go in and find them. So those are things, as I stated in my last, is that the things we're required to do are eating at a higher rate because of inflation and the cost of doing business. So we're going to have to visit about where are there some additional revenue funds? And I know we'd all like to see us all make more money, but the wage increase, you understand better than anyone that the bucket holds so much money. So as we move it around and what we prioritize is getting more difficult and more difficult. So we need to talk about either one, increasing some kind of fund, or what don't we do anymore? And that's difficult in a public safety agency. Love to tell you what's going on today, but I can't. But it's everyone operating at a razor's edge. And maybe sometime later we can visit about it. But it's just one of those things that happen in the background that don't get talked about because they're very sensitive law enforcement cases. Anyway, that's what we're doing. Those are things that we have to prioritize. What do we need to do? What keeps people safe and what keeps people feeling good? But as you know, if you were to go out for a public safety mill levy and increase property taxes, you just saw what happened to the libraries. It's not going to happen. And Frank and I, or not Frank, but Roger and I spoke briefly about Sport Services Division. They're wanting more money out of the public safety mill levy, and it's not there. So we have a plan to meet with their leadership and talk about business practices and their contribution. They feel they're not sometimes getting their fair share, but they are. I can't cut anymore, not and maintain an efficient operation. So we're going to meet and talk about maybe retooling some of their business practices. That's one operation. This public safety mill levy funds a lot of things, and we're doing the best we can with it. I didn't cut training because things that you expect are current, competent, and committed deputies. That's what I expect. To do that, they need to be trained, they need to be equipped, and properly supervised. So those are things that have taken priority, and that helps you look through those kind of things. You just have to be prepared for someone's worst day and pray that it never happens. Any other questions? I tried to cover them all.
And just to speaking to that problem that you've got with vehicles, I can see the last few years you spent in the fiscal year 24, you spent $740 on vehicles. In 25,965, you went over 1,200,000 in this last year, and now you're dropping back down to a lower amount. That's the point you're trying to make, that you need that. That's why you're stretching it.
Yeah, we're stretched thin. We're going to have to push cars to, if you think, well, cars are made better now, but not the average person drives in an emergent condition where you're driving that emergency vehicle at its limits. To get there, somebody at the domestic dispute, somebody has a gun, you're operating at maximum capacity, and that happens 4 or 5 times a shift, or it can happen 4 or 5 times a week. But again, we'll be concerned about what happens this next year with running the vehicles. I know when I started, we were sharing vehicles. That vehicle did not shut off. From the time that it arrived here to the time it left, it died. So the replacing transmissions, replacing engines, and it's not because they were driving it like they stole it. It was because the limited lifetime of parts, even though it's pursuit rated, it's difficult. Sharp right or sharp left turns, turning around, pursuing a suspect, those kind of things. So, yep, did not want to do that, but a cut had to make someplace. I didn't cut personnel and I didn't cut training. So it's either the hard products or something else, and that was the only thing left.
Well, I see, and I see that your total expenses, total budget is only up for the whole operation about 2.9%, which is well within the area where we're trying to be. But obviously, you've had, in order to do that, you've had to short some things like those vehicles. Okay, all right. I'm sorry, I got going. Does anybody else have questions?
Mr. Chair, if I could, Sheriff, thanks. I really appreciate it. And the team, it's great. And everybody was so efficient too. My goodness, it's good.
You were prepared for 4 hours of testimony, but I wanted you to think that.
That's right. So I have a curiosity question, and then I have another one I'll bring up. But what happens to the old rifles? Is there like a buyback
Yes.
Program?
Yep,
okay.
Those are factored into the amount that we can get. We sell them to a legal dealer.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure there's illegal dealers, but a licensed firearms dealer that the rifles that we're getting will discount. They'll give us so much per, and they've been used. You know, we have to qualify with them, so they treat us fair. But we don't sell them. The federal firearms license person does.
Yeah. And
then we get new ones. The new type of rifles that we're getting are they're short barrel, and we would like to get the suppressor on them for 2 reasons. One, when you're shooting and you're in close proximity to one another, we've had case after case of hearing loss, and suppressors really cut down the sound. 2, if you are in an area and you're and you end up in a gunfight, the suppressors help be able to control the level of noise that's going on. I mean, there's other benefits to it, but mainly it's to preserve the hearing of deputies, because we've had claims after claims about early retirement, can't hear, those kind of things. Even, well, you think, well, let's wear hearing protection. Well, deputies don't wear a helmet. So that's what they would have to do. They would have to drive around with the helmet on, and that's not going to happen because it's the vision. So the hearing protection, when you jump out and you're in a gunfight, typical gunfights, according to the FBI, they're over in 2.5 seconds. You don't have time to put on hearing protection. And if you're going around with hearing protection on, the public is offended because they think you're not listening to them. So it's a catch-22. Plus, there's a physiological effect of, like, if you were a hunter, you jump out and your ears in a gunfight or when you're hunting, when you're shooting, not practicing, but you're shooting for your life or you're hunting, your ear system will close down. But if you're target practicing, there's no real threat, that phenomenon does not happen. So that's when the hearing loss happens.
Thank you. And then I get the point about forecasting and that we have to be looking to the future and how this fund will be sustainable for the services. And I know that's it's a stretch, but as it stands right now, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm looking at Mr. Cornwell, but right now the inflationary factor that we're allowed by the legislature to apply to levies or funds or whatever, and then whatever the growth is, that growth factor that we are allowed to bring in terms of new revenue, that's really all we have to work with, right? So unless we were, I mean, whatever that fund brings in, that's what we have to work with, unless we go back to the voters for another public safety mill levy, right? Am I right? So the work we have to do is trying to figure out how we forecast that, what we might be projecting year over year that we'll have to work with, and then how to apply that to the services the best we can. But I get the point in looking forward to trying to do some real strategic planning around how we make sure that we're trying to provide the best service to the community. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, yes, it's kind of, I think about it, it's a fixed income with an inflationary adjustment every year and a growth adjustment. But these departments, like the sheriff's office, they work really hard going out and getting grants and other funding as much as they possibly can to offset costs. There's quite a bit of other revenue that comes into the sheriff's office, but the vast majority it's maintained by this mill levy that it gets an annual increase that just like everyone else, and it's fairly predictable. But it's the other items that we can't predict. The Medicaid reimbursement type of thing. That's something that we really need to help offset those costs and the challenges for the mill levy. So
that might be an opportunity. Other grants, those kinds of things, and then always looking at business practices and those kinds of things. And that's a constant look that we do across the county family. But so I get the point anyway. I just wanted to make sure that you were heard, that we have to strategize together for the future, and that's been the case. But
If I may add to that, Mr. Chair. So there's two misconceptions. One popular is that I'm hiding money and I have a big cache of money. If I do, would you please give it to me? Because I can't find it. I don't know where it is. We just for if we're on television, this is we get paid twice a year, just like you do in your own budget at home, and then we have to make that. We have a not overabundance, but we don't have a woefully low, but called reserves or cash carryover. So we can make sure we pay our bills between, and that's where that funding is. Secondary is I was looking for a money tree. I haven't found one yet, but I'm sure that we can work through these things if we really put our mind to it. The other one is relationships. People wonder why I am in DC, why I'm here, why I'm there. It's relationships. So one, when you find out about a grant, there's a lot of grants out there, and I found other sheriffs that go, what about this grant? Didn't know about it. I know we have a grant writer here, but it's impossible to know every grant for law enforcement or specific fire. Fire gets more money. Everybody loves a fireman. I'm telling you, everybody loves a fireman. But can we partner, such as we are doing in Lincoln, to build a public safety building? Things like that. That building is woefully, the building in Lincoln, we're glad to have someplace, but I think that was bought in the 50s after the nuclear threat. It was a bomb shelter. If you ever looked at the walls, you'll see you're safe there. But at any rate, it needs replaced. So starting early to replace that building, 'cause it's going to need a new roof at the tune of $10,000, which don't have. But we do put money away for budget or construction, but every year something happens. You can't figure out who's going to die, who needs an autopsy. And, that comes out of the general fund, but still that has an effect overall. The other part is just personnel. People that get the job stay here maybe a year. We've invested a lot of money in them, in detention. It's a difficult job. We appreciate them. Troy and Gretchen are working very hard to incentivize a job that not many people want to do. It often is a gateway to get a job as a deputy. If they come in and be a rock star, as Brent says, then the chances of coming over to be a deputy are good. We get to choose the best of the best. But it's a multifaceted civil, those things, the highest liability I have are detention center and the civil division for getting sued, which happens fair frequently. So I do thank the county attorney's office. I thank MACO for jumping in with the legal staff, because we end up there, but you do what you think's best. And it's a difficult job, but I'm happy to have it.
Question for you. Here, a year or two ago, you came to us with a request to replace the firearms that your officers carry, standardizing, as I recall, so that you wouldn't be looking for different kinds of ammo and different kinds of abilities of the weapons. It seemed at the time like it was a lot of money, but you felt like in the long run it was gonna pay for itself. What's your experience been at this point?
Just that. One is proficiency, being able for everyone to qualify. Two, the ballistics of the 9mm has improved significantly. Even the FBI they're the lead in stats, but even they have went back to a 9mm. The argument whether a 45 or 9mm is better, the real answer to that from the guy who really wrote the book is if you can't hit, it doesn't matter what you're shooting. So the type of weapon that we went to is a shadow system. It does have called a red dot system on the top. And as an old dog, I was taught a new trick, and I like it. My shooting improved, the ability to be on target, the safety factor. I've shot iron sights where you have to, even as we get older, our eyes change, and you have to find that front sight and then bring it on target. Red dot system is you keep your eye on the target until that red dot appears on them, so you don't lose contact with whoever you're aiming at. And two, being able to buy in quantity 9mm to specific powder or grain that helps us. We do buy some off like 357 or 380, but not in the quantity that we had been. So it allows us a little more purchasing power. Oh, the firearm does have a compensator. So it takes some of the recoil out, the scores. It's either pass or fail, but the people that are narrowing in where they're supposed to be shooting is better. It doesn't take as long to train, so you've got savings in the training hours. We do require amount of training, but the people that are pass-fail are doing much better. Very few are failing, and it's had been a good transition. I didn't think it would, but I was willing to try it. And what do you know? I can bark like any of the rest of them.
All right. Well, good. That was an expenditure worthwhile then.
Yes, and thank you.
Good. Any other questions? We'll be studying this a little bit more, and Frank, you'll be coming at us with anything that we need to look at in different amounts and whatnot. Any thoughts that you might have for the sheriff's budget at this point?
Mr. Chair, thank you. I just say thank you to Sherry and all the work that she does with her and her staff. They were early adopters in the new system, so I appreciate that work. Also, I think that the way you guys have presented today, I think Sherry had a lot to do with it, making you guys talk about numbers. It was clearly she was involved with that process, and I really appreciate that. I do have a question for the sheriff, and maybe Troy. You had mentioned retention at the detention center. It seemed, from what I can tell from the numbers, and maybe I'm wrong, that retention has gotten a little better. Turnover is slowing down. Could you speak to that, or?
I'll have give Troy a break and have Gretchen come up, but the numbers are slowing down. And it's work satisfaction or seeing that they are making a difference. But I would like, and before we end, I would like for everybody I brought just to come up to the mic and introduce themselves so you know who they are and why they're here. So, Gretchen.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Gretchen Ulrichsen, I'm a detention lieutenant. And did you want me to talk about retention? Okay. Oftentimes in the past, detention officers join us in hopes that they go on to become a deputy. Usually that is their career goal. Not a lot of little kids, boys or girls, wake up saying, I want to be a detention officer. That's not what shows up on TV usually. So they get started, they get some experience with talking to inmates, talking through situations where maybe there needs to be some de-escalation, people are upset. That's the same stuff they're going to get out on the street, same clientele they're going to be dealing with day in and day out. So they oftentimes will figure out this job is either for me or it's not. So some of them will move on to other things. Those are the ones that I feel like maybe we have lost along the way. The ones that go on to be probation officers, go to other law enforcement agencies, or come back to us with patrol. Those aren't losses. Those are additions to public safety. They're just more well-rounded. I've heard from patrol in the past that oftentimes the detention officers that they're getting in patrol, they're a little easier to train, and things happen a little bit easier for them. I don't know if that's entirely true, but that's what they've been telling me because I haven't experienced that myself. As far as retaining folks, we continue to try to train. Sheriff Dutton, that's one of his goals. As part of our vision statement as well, that training is a priority. Even though we have been short folks in the past, extremely short, we've still continued to try to get people to trainings to advance their careers, keep them involved, and feel like they're being successful, even though that they haven't either gone on to another law enforcement agency or some kind of public safety. Because it's not always just about us, and we try to remember that. They're not cogs in a wheel. These are real people that are bringing things to the table, and we have to try to help satisfy them as well. So training is one of those retention measures that we use. We look at trying to be able to, with our assignments that we have within the detention center, give people earlier in their careers opportunities like field training officers, becoming involved in some of our investigative things like our Prison Rape Elimination Act, where they have to investigate allegations of violations of that act. They get some experience there. Sheriff Dutton has also made it available for officers in detention to be involved in activities outside of the detention center, such as deputy coroner, our command vehicle. Thank you. And We've got the crime scene team. They can be involved in that. These are all things that help draw in the folks that want to be a part of public safety. They just don't know where yet. We do have people that want to remain in the detention center as well. Those are less common than the other folks. I went from a patrol mindset and dispatch to wanting to finish my career in detention, and I'm glad for it. So we all have to find our different paths, and the thing that Troy and I try to do is listen to the officers as they come and talk with us, and we talk with them to try to meet them and what their goals are as well. That's a very long answer to your question.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I think that it's definitely been working. So
Yeah.
good job.
We have a lot more to do, and it's just going to take time. And we've got folks' lives that change from day to day. So we will have that ebb and flow of people coming and going. We just want more people coming.
I'd be curious of the law enforcement professionals that are here. How many of you started your career in a detention center? All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just thank you, Frank, for asking that question. I don't want them to sell themselves short. I've challenged Troy to do basically two things: get more people to work there and think outside the box, and get them off of the terrible 12-hour shifts that they've been working for, well, since we renovated the jail, basically. We want to get them to the same schedule that the patrol people are on, of 410s. Working 12-hour shifts is terrible because it's never 12 hours. Never. So thank you for asking that question. And I think that they've done that, and they've thought outside the box and have gotten more people in there very close to getting off of those shifts. So
good.
Just a little bit more of your time. Caleb, if you want to come up and say hello, what you do, and you don't have to give a soliloquy, but just introduce yourself.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, good morning. My name is Caleb Metzger. I am the accounting technician over at the Sheriff's Office. I help Sherry with paying our bills, week-to-week bills, and the medical bills that we spoke about earlier. So I'm just trying to help out around the office the best I can, and want to thank you all for your time this morning. I know you guys have had a long week with a lot of numbers, so thanks for listening to us.
Thank you for being here.
Lieutenant Gilbertson, you haven't spoke yet. I know you were itching to do it.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, my name is Eric Gilbertson. I'm a lieutenant with the Sheriff's Office. I'm the operations lieutenant in charge of supervising the patrol sergeants, essentially, and then also the coordinator of our field training officer program. Lucen Clark County is a great place to live. It's a great place to raise children, and the Sheriff's Office specifically is a great place to work. I'm on my second career as a deputy with the Lucen Clark County Sheriff's Office. So I'm here basically just to hear what your concerns may be, and if you have questions that I think I can answer, I'd be happy to do that. I think it's valid that you want to make sure that the taxpayers' dollars are being spent as wisely as possible, and I think the sheriff has that same concern. So I'm here just as an informational witness if you should need one.
Any questions? All right. All right.
That's all we have. I know you have other people coming in, and I appreciate your time. So I know Sherry has worked a lot with Frank and Roger, a lot with Frank, make sure there's no holes in it. So you can ask them. Sherry, you've done a lot of work to make us be able to get up and it was supposed to be a really short presentation because she'd done all the work, but we ended up getting the gift of gab and staying up, well, maybe me. Anyway, that's it. So thank you, and go forth and prosper.
Mr. Chair,
Roger?
I'd like to take a moment and thank Sheriff Dutton, Under Sheriff Colbert, the whole command staff here today, Sherry. This budget is very responsible. It's very appropriate. It's well presented. The formatting's been great for us today. It's 69 pages long, so you've got all the detail backing it up for transparency. Great work. Thank you all very much. Really appreciate it. And that's the main thing I wanted to say, but thank you again. The other thing I wanted to mention, though, Commissioners, was remember our citizens gave us a 15-year operations and maintenance levy for our detention center operations. That included funding for 35 detention center officers, 15-year duration, and we're several years into that now. Just something to be thinking about for the future years. We're pretty much at the halfway point of that O&M levy. We were talking earlier about big picture of issues associated with the needs for our community, and that's another one that's out there in future years as well too. Again, it's not immediate, but that levy will expire as we get in a few years from now, about 7 or 8 years from now. So just wanted to mention that. Thank you again.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Mr. Chair, just piling on there, just wanted to thank everyone. Sherry, thank you very much. And Caleb, that financial piece and working with Frank, thanks so much. But beyond that, the responsible budget, just thanks for all that you do for our community. I mean, all of us exist and the county exists to provide services to our community, and in your case also provide that public safety. And so just appreciate the work that you do. It's difficult work. It's 24/7 work. It's work that sometimes it's, you know, we all have high stress, but it's different kind of stress. We're like, it's a really hard decision. Somebody might be mad at me. You might be putting your life in danger. So it's a different kinds of stress. So I just want to know how much we respect the work that you do, and thank you for that work, and appreciate the team we have here. So
Thank you.
on we go.
All right. Anything else? All right. Thank you for laying out there so we know what we need to do with come up with the money for you.
Okay.
Appreciate
thank
it.
you.
Thanks for all of you to showing up today too. All right. It is 11:30. We are set up to do Public Works at 1 o'clock. That'll give us a little time to have a lunch. We'll take a break. And is there anything else? We'll take a break until 1 o'clock.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I think we're going to reconvene. So this has been a public meeting that started at 9 o'clock this morning, and we've been pausing and coming back and reconvening. So welcome back. The last agenda item is our Public Works budget, and our Public Works staff is here today. Welcome, everyone. Just an explanation. Commissioner Rolfe may be joining us in a little bit. He had a conflict, so he'll be here, I think, but
We can do it with
we'll
him.
see. I think we can survive without him. So I will hand it to you, Director Chambers, and you can introduce your people and how we're going to do it. So you have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Hunthausen, Commissioner Payne. For the record, my name is Jenny Chambers, Lewis Clark County Public Works and Planning Department Director. On Tuesday, you heard the Community Development and Planning budget. This, of course, is Public Works. I've got several staff here to support us today on this presentation. Assistant Director of Public Works, Audra Zackrell, and she'll be doing the majority of the speaking, and certainly the team is here to answer any questions or assist her as she needs as goes through these slides. And then I'll introduce the rest of the team when we get to their parts of the budget through the slides that we have in front of you. Just a reminder, the proposed budget notes and assumptions. We're only addressing really the significant difference from prior year. So there's no way and not enough time to go through the whole $42 million budget associated with the budget presentation. All personnel budgets include a 2.7 matrix adjustment, our step increases, longevity, and our health insurance premium. You've heard over the last couple of days that some of the health insurance premiums have gone up that definitely has impacted the Public Works budget as well. Reminder, a CIP is a capital improvement plan, and O&M, when we refer to that, is operation and maintenance. So with that, we'll start with the first group of Public Works, and that's some of the programs that are assisted and supported by general fund or other assessments. Public Works Administration, Special Districts Administration, and for that particular program, Jessica Makis is a Special Districts Coordinator. She's here to provide assistance. Christian Leonard is our Noxious Weed Control and Mosquito Control Supervisor. And Wendell Richards is for Forestvale Cemetery. So they're all here to support Audra and the team on presenting these budgets. So for now, I'm going to turn over to Audra to go through the slides.
Thank you, Jenny. Commissioners, nice to see you this afternoon. As Director Chambers mentioned, we're going to begin with the Public Works Administration budget. The Public Works Administration oversees the administrative and financial operations of all programs, services, and projects within Lewis and Clark County Public Works Department. And you can see the staffing summary. We are down a half. Our director, we're now sharing with the Planning Department. Further on personnel, the budget was reduced by 5.6% from fiscal year 26 due to the split of the director position with the Planning Department. Our operations and maintenance budget decreased by 8%. As you can see from the slide, our budget in total decreased by 5.6%. Minor equipment totals $1,700 and includes a standing desk and chair for $1,000, 2 Canon 10-key calculators at $500, and a camera monitoring television for $200. Operating supplies includes the purchase of the updated Engineers Joint Contract Documents Committee documents. You'll hear us saying EJCDC frequently. Those are the contracts that we use for the majority of our projects during the construction season. Those need to be updated every several years. That costs $1,200. Travel and training includes the Government Finance Officers Association, or GFOA conference. This is an out-of-state conference. It will be in Louisiana next year. That is budgeted at $3,200, and that is for myself to go. Other contracted services includes $10,000 for historical record scanning, and we've increased janitorial from $8,574 to $12,134 to align with the actual needs, as documented in the new Limble work order software that our buildings division has started using a couple years ago. In capital, our contribution will remain $35,000, and we have no purchases budgeted. Are there any questions on the Public Works Administration budget?
Thank you, Audra. The historical records scanning, has that been a line item for a while? I mean, I'm all for it, but I don't remember talking about it before. I'm glad we're doing it.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Hunthausen. We allocated $10,000 of it. We used to use this money for an intern that would work during the season, and we had trouble getting an intern, and now we have a lot of support in the RID program with a 1.5 FTE construction coordinator and project coordinator. But we do have a need for someone to scan some of our records and get them on the share drive. For example, blueprints of our buildings, the county-owned buildings, and other documents. We're just trying to slowly chip away at that.
Good. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions, I will move on to the Special Districts Administration. This program manages the coordination of all improvements and maintenance services for the rural improvement districts and special districts within Lewis and Clark County. Personnel has a 7.6% increase from fiscal year 26, and that is not due to a change in their staffing. This is due to the health insurance increase. Operations and maintenance has a 2% increase from fiscal year 26. Minor equipment totals $2,450 and includes a Trackit iPad, keyboard, and case at a 50% cost share for $1,100, a spin laser and tripod at a 50% cost share for $670, a smart level at 50% cost share for $175, and unanticipated needs $505. We've added a Notary Guild membership for $75. Travel and training totals $11,150 and includes an out-of-state asphalt pavement training, and that amount is $6,350. In capital, the contribution will remain $15,000, and no purchases are budgeted for fiscal year 27. At this time, I would like to invite Jessica Makis, our Special Districts Coordinator, to come up and discuss how the fiscal year 27 budget aligns with the Commissioner's goals and to give a short recap on RID projects from the prior season. Jessica?
Thank you, Audra, and thank you, Jenny. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jessica Makis. The Special Districts Administration program is centered in customer service by providing a way for citizens to finance improvements and maintain them over the long term. While the county cannot maintain all roads, it does provide the capacity necessary through special districts to assist citizens with district creation and administration to coordinate services above and beyond what the county can provide. Once districts are created, a strong customer service focus is maintained through proactive communication, transparency, and public engagement. State of the district mailings, public hearings, and open meetings provide property owners with meaningful opportunities to participate in decision making. As seen over the last several years, we anticipate growth in both the number and complexity of rural improvement districts, and we have identified staffing and training needs to support this growth. In the meantime, strategies such as staggered procurement cycles, development of technology tools, such as our GIS-based Report It tool and standardized estimating forms, as well as collaboration with other public works divisions and county departments, provide an efficient approach to meeting increased demand while maintaining service quality. For example, in fiscal year 2016, we had 91 rural improvement districts. In fiscal year 21, we had 127. In fiscal year 24, we had 141, and today we have 149. We demonstrate efficient stewardship of public resources through both operations and outcomes. With 3 FTEs, the program manages significant administrative, financial, and construction oversight responsibilities. And I will just take a moment to recognize our staff in this program. We have Jade Wills, our administrative assistant, at 50%. Her position is shared with our noxious weed division. We have Conrad Bentley, our RID construction coordinator, as a full-time special districts employee. We have Brent McCula, who is shared at 50% with special districts in our road division. And we're proud to have that excellent team working for our county. During our 2025 season, more than $1.16 million were spent on infrastructure maintenance across 133 rural improvement districts, covering a wide range of cost-effective maintenance activities that extend infrastructure life. You can see in the table before you that 22 rural improvement districts received crack sealing, 4 received chip seal or fog seal, 27 were graded, 3 received magnesium chloride application, 49 districts were swept with our county road division staff, and 25 received some kind of asphalt maintenance, primarily through pothole patching or some kind of an asphalt overlay treatment. 3 received drainage maintenance. Again, for a total expenditure of $1,165,486 last season. With that, I'll turn it back. Thank you. Go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you, Jessica. Commissioners, are there any questions for Jessica before she sits down?
I feel like I'm drinking from a garden, no, from a fire hose. There is so much information. And I think about it and yeah, okay, I remember, okay, that works. Okay, thank you, Jessica, for keeping a tight handle on this. I know you get it. And if I have questions, I'll come to you, but not now. Andy always has questions.
I don't have any questions at this time.
Oh, help.
I have a thank you, though.
Oh, yes.
The great work. And we'll talk about that later.
Wait a
Go
minute.
ahead.
I got one. Jessica, one of the, and I don't know if it was because of you or because of somebody else in your department, but who came up with the idea of the website for people to call in and tell them when there's a big old pothole or they want it fixed right now, and you can only, it's out here. You can't miss it. It's right there in front of my neighbor's tractor, and it's so. How did that plan come to be?
Commissioner Payne, thank you. That's a great question. So our GIS-based Report It tool, which is found on our website. This idea was from Jenny, from Director Chambers. So our special districts, as well as our road division, receive tons of phone calls. I think you can probably imagine the number that we get per day, but a lot of times that's about the same situation, the same issue. So Director Chambers thought a web-based tool to allow people to get online to report some of that would help on our call volume and would help us kind of help track some of that management as well. So it's been a great tool, and that was developed with our GIS team.
Okay,
so they did an excellent job there.
And it is a successful program.
I think so. I think it's cut down on calls a little bit. It's also given us a really nice way to capture some of the metrics on the types of calls we're getting and also track that response and those issues over time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll move on to the noxious weed control budget. Noxious weed control is responsible for the implementation of the county's noxious weed management plan to manage weeds that have been identified and designated as noxious. The budget that I'm about to present has been recommended to the Commission by the Noxious Weed Board on the April 1st, 2026 meeting. Next slide. Personnel has increased 2.4% from fiscal year 26. Operations and maintenance has increased 17.3%. Minor equipment totals $9,200 and includes 5 cell phone boosters at $2,500, a forklift at a 50% cost share at $3,000, a Trackit iPad, keyboard, and case, $2,200, and unanticipated equipment replacements, $1,500. We've increased the HydroSeed reimbursable line from $5,000 to $10,000 for a landfill project that the Noxious Weed Program is helping us with. We've added a Notary Guild membership for $75. We've increased community project budget from $11,500 to $12,500 with the addition of the Montana Discovery Foundation, $500. We've also included the Montana Biocontrol at $500, the countywide cost share program at $10,000, the Jim Darcy and East Helena Middle School's Ag Days at $500, the Sun River Watershed Group at $500, and the Rocky Mountain Front at $500. We've added $8,500 in technology costs for the new Trackit system. It's an upgrade. This will be an annual cost. Buildings repair and maintenance includes $1,200 for exterior painting on their building, $500 for a new keypad lock on the main entrance, and $3,500 for unanticipated repairs. Travel and training was increased by $720 for the Big Sky Watershed Core end of term training. For the capital budget, we are requesting an increase of $10,000 in the capital contribution from $40,000 to $50,000. This is to maintain the current fleet replacement cycle. Purchases will include replacing the office building windows at $25,000. If there's no questions with the noxious weed budget, we can move on to the noxious weed trust fund.
Please, Commissioner.
Point of information, please. In the last presentation and then again today, you said something about a notary guild membership and it costs $2,000. What in the heck is a notary guild membership?
Thank you for that question, Commissioner Payne. Notary Guild membership, it's $150 total for one person. That's for Jade Wells, who is split 50-50 with the noxious weed program and the special districts program. So each of those budgets will share a 50% cost of that total $150.
Is that so she can notarize signatures?
Ms. Wells is a notary, and it is a helpful membership. She attends the conference and she comes back with important information that it's helpful to have a notary in our Public Works Department.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, no other questions. We'll move on to the Noxious Weed Trust Fund. The annual recurring special county reservation grant purchases include any unanticipated items throughout fiscal year 27 voted by a majority of the Noxious Weed Board not to exceed $12,000. The annually recurring Montana Department of Transportation weed grant purchases include any unanticipated items through fiscal year 27 voted by a majority of the Noxious Weed Board not to exceed $1,800. Other projects budgeted include the USDA Forest Service Beaver Creek Restoration Project. That grant started with a total amount of $30,000. We're currently at $19,051 remaining to draw. That has an in-kind match. That grant ends in May of 2027. We have the USDA Forest Service Roads and Rangeland Project. That grant originally started with $20,000. We have $16,612 left. That grant requires an in-kind match and will end in August of 2028. We also have the Bureau of Land Management Invasive and Noxious Plant Management Grant. That grant began with $50,000, and that is a new one. It still is $50,000 for fiscal year 27. There is no match requirement, and that grant will end September of 2030. At this time, I would like to invite Christian Leonard, our Noxious Weed and Mosquito Program Supervisor, to come up and discuss how the fiscal year 27 noxious weed budgets align with the Commissioner's goals and to do a quick recap of projects from the prior year.
Thank you, Audra. Thank you, Jenny. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Christian Leonard. I'm the Lewis and Clark County Noxious Weed Supervisor. Today, we're going to talk about some noxious weeds and how we can get your goals. The Noxious Weed Division offers technical expertise, enhanced access to resources, and promotes community engagement to support responsible land stewardship for all members of the public. The division focuses on priority noxious weed species and treatment areas based on, strategic, long-term approach to integrated management strategies while remaining adaptive to emerging challenges. The division actively collaborates with federal, state, and local agencies and organizations and the public to coordinate project efforts to implement a unified approach to noxious weed management. While primarily focused on controlling noxious weeds, county land and right-of-ways, the division maximizes operational effectiveness through coordinated partnership, grant funding, and cost share opportunities. For example, on average, approximately $31,000 in annual state and federal grant funding is leveraged alongside county resources to support on-ground management. That is all I have. Yeah. Okay, we can go on to our spray season summary here. As you can see, last year in county right-of-ways, we sprayed 8,959 gallons of herbicide, which equates to roughly 90 acres of noxious weeds in county right-of-ways. Special project acres, we did 49 last year. A lot of those include MDT, fish, wildlife, parks, fishing accesses, just to name a few of the ones that we work with. We did broadcasting seeding for 39,204 square feet. Biocontrol collections, we collected 94 collections last year between 3 different species. One's for leafy spurge, one's for spotted knapweed, and one is for Dalmatian toadflax. And all 94 of those gets put out with like nonprofit organizations like Little Prickly Pear Land Trust. We work with them, for example, and then a lot of them go out to our constituents throughout the county that participate in our biocontrol program. As you can see, 44 of those went to the landowners, and we had 94 releases for the year total.
So, Mr. Leonard, we release some of them then on our own, and or is it all distributed, all the biocontrol distributed to others to release? We just distribute them, or do we?
Commissioner Hunthausen, good question. Yes, 50 of those we put out ourselves in other areas or working with other entities like the city or Little Prickly Pear Land Trust or Forest Service or BLM. So trying to get those out in those areas that are difficult to manage and try to get some biocontrol out there to assist them and assist us.
Great, thank you. Any questions, Commissioner? I want to see one of the bugs or show you the examples of the biocontrol. Okay. Oh, thank you. Oh, good.
Fully informed.
Okay, seeing no questions, we'll move on to the mosquito control districts. The mosquito control districts protect public health and prevents disease by controlling and exterminating mosquitoes. We will start with the Craig Mosquito Control District. The assessment revenue is budgeted at $29,694. We have $27,089 in total budgeted expenses. $15,000 is budgeted for a mosquito spraying contract, which is down from $17,178 last fiscal year. Craig Mosquito will share in 10% of total costs for the following with the Helena Valley Mosquito Control District. There are 3 items. The Northwest Mosquito and Vector Control Association membership. Craig will pay $5 of the $50 fee. Legal advertisement for a request for proposal. They will pay $25 of the $250 fee. And they will pay $110 for the travel and training costs out of the $1,100 total. Other Craig expenses include surface water, pesticide general permit application fee of $50, and an annual renewal amount of $25. $250 for board member mileage reimbursements, $173 for postage, a $1,456 administrative fee, and we are contributing $10,000 to begin a capital improvement savings plan in this budget. This budget was recommended by the Mosquito Control Board on March 24th of 2026. Are there any questions before I move on to the Helena Valley Mosquito District? Okay. The Helena Valley Mosquito District assessment revenue is budgeted at $339,331. $336,290 is the total for budgeted expenses. $223,000 is budgeted for the mosquito spraying contract, which is down from $238,805 in fiscal year 26. Helena Valley Mosquito District will share 90% of the total cost for the following 3 bullet points with the Craig Mosquito Control District. They will pay $45 for the Northwest Mosquito and Vector Control Association membership fee for a total of $50. They will pay $225 for the legal advertisement for the request for proposal, total of $250. They will pay $990 of the $1,100 fee for travel and training costs. Other expenses for the Helena Valley Mosquito District include a surface water pesticide general permit application that is due with a fee of $50, along with the annual renewal amount of $25. They will pay $173 for postage, and they will pay $1,782 for an administrative fee. And we are asking to contribute $110,000 to begin a capital improvement plan savings for this budget in fiscal year 27. At this time, I would like to invite Christian Leonard back up. He's our noxious weed and mosquito program supervisor. He's going to visit with you about how the mosquito budgets align with the commissioner's goals.
Again, thank you, Audra. Thank you, Jenny. Commissioners, the mosquito control is a critical public health service that protects citizens and livestock throughout the Lewis and Clark County. Services are delivered through coordinated efforts among staff, local mosquito control boards, and contracted professionals. Long-term program effectiveness is achieved through population trend monitoring, targeting treatment in high-risk areas, and integrated management strategies. This year, both districts were establishing CIPs to set aside emergency funds in case of a mosquito-borne disease outbreak, enabling a rapid and effective response to protect public health in the county. Because of their ability to transmit dangerous diseases, mosquitoes are considered the deadliest animal on earth because more human fatalities than any other animal. Effective abatement requires collaboration with state and federal agencies, local organizations, and private landowners. Public education and outreach efforts further support prevention by promoting awareness of control practices and disease prevention. Effective mosquito control also depends on coordinated planning to deliver cost-effective and efficient management services. This is accomplished through competitive procurement of professional services from a pest management contractor to ensure program goals are delivered in a fiscal responsible manner. Thank you. If you guys have any questions.
Any questions, Commissioner? Just a comment, Mr. Leonard. I just want to recognize the last couple of years of what I'll call modernization of the program, moving to best practices in contracting and aligning with all of our county policies and those kinds of things, and with the procurement procedures and all of that. So it's been a lift. And so you, as well as Jenny, Audra, and Jade, and others that have participated in that, I just want to recognize that lift and appreciate enduring that whole process. So I think we're in a good place right now, and the program should be looking good for the future, I hope. So thank you anyway. Appreciate that.
Commissioner Hunthausen, thank you very much.
Thank you, Christian. Now we'll move on to our last budget in this section, the Forestville Cemetery, a registered historic landmark cemetery that provides citizens with professional and dignified interment and estate planning services. This budget was recommended by the Forestville Board of Trustees on May 6, 2026. Revenue. There's a 10% overall increase in revenue from fiscal year 26. Staff is recommending that we update the rates and fees to increase revenue by $50,000 to support the proposed budgeted expenditures and to more closely align the rates with the actual cost to provide the services that the Forestville Cemetery provides. A rate resolution will be coming forward in June for your consideration. Rates have not been updated in over 40 years, and the Board of Trustees fully supports updating them. Operations and maintenance. You will see no increase or decrease. The expenditures are pretty much the same. Minor equipment totals $15,000 and includes a tilt trailer at $12,000 and unanticipated replacements at $3,000. We've added $600 for a fall cleanup advertisement. In capital, the contribution will remain $275,000 and purchases will total $345,280. And those purchases will include an automatic gate at the north entrance for $27,680, replacement of a well pump at $14,780, columbarium and landscape garden area for $55,000, the Grandview Davidson extension of the irrigation system at $69,210, the Southeast Cemetery expansion landscape architect and water rights at $70,000, fencing along the McHugh Drive border, $69,210, a pump drive system at $29,570, a mower walker T-Series replacement, $9,830. At this time, I would like to invite Wendell Richards, our cemetery sexton, to come up and give an update on the master plan and discuss how the fiscal year 27 Forestville budget aligns with the commissioner's goals. We also have a special guest today, one of the trustees from the Forestville board that I will have Wendell introduce to you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. As Audra said, I'm Wendell Richards. I'm the cemetery manager out there, and we have with us the Forestville trustee chairwoman, Wendy Majera, as well for any questions. So, but as far as the master plan goes, we recently completed, it's taken us a number of years, a master plan concept for Forestville. As it's going now, we are approximately have 2 years, 2 to 3 years before we run out of grave spaces in the currently developed cemetery. So we started this a few years ago. Basically, phase 1A of that expansion, we are hoping and planning to start in fiscal year 28 for that. So the expansion itself, the whole expansion, there's 3 phases. It covers approximately another 40 acres of the cemetery. Phase 1 itself would give us about 3,000 more graves, and that would last the cemetery just shy of 50 years based on current usage rates. The whole expansion plan itself would be well over 100 years as far as a blueprint for expansion on that. So Forestville Cemetery itself serves the community by providing professional, dignified burial services, end-of-life planning, estate planning, and assisting in the preservation of family history for the community members. By demonstrating commitment and compassion to those members, we feel we give them a great support system as well as satisfying any needs they have during those difficult times during the loss of loved ones. For planning, like I talked about, we just recently finished the master plan there. We also just analyze data as far as it's kind of a unique industry, the cemetery and funeral industry. Analyze trends with that. Nowadays, people are going towards columbariums or cremation services rather than the traditional. So we try to analyze trends with that. And then as far as Forestville itself, being a 130-year-old cemetery, a lot of it has been hard copy records. So we're trying to plan whether it's cemetery management software, developing certain digital record keeping that'll assist us with pulling up records for families and things like that. So we work in collaboration with the Public Works Department. We have a board, the Forestville Trustee Board as well, that's comprised of 3 members. There's a Forestville Preservation Committee that we also work with out there, as well as with the funeral homes, funeral directors in the area, to to get us so we can address cemetery budget concerns, like I said, community needs, and just managing the cemetery grounds to make sure it's a positive community experience out there. Through our collaborative budget planning, we've recently acquired more turf-friendly equipment that allows us to not only be more efficient when it comes to doing burials and just landscape maintenance. We've also just started working towards identifying a cemetery management system that'll be more efficient for community members, to where they will be able to come out to the cemetery, scan a QR code with their smartphone, type in a name of whoever they're looking for. There's over 16,000 people currently interred at Forestvale Cemetery, so it's a big place. Currently, they have to come to me in the office, but this way they would be able to scan that, type a query, and be like Apple Maps, and it would take them right to where their loved ones are, or relatives and things like that. So, any questions for me on Forestvale?
Mr. Chair, now you're back. Glad you're here. Welcome back. But I do have a question. Thank you. Thanks for all the great work you do, and got the opportunity the other day to kind of look over the plan. Thank you for that, the expansion plan. But I had a question about first, an appreciation, I guess, for the work you do with the coroner's office and across the street, and the assistance you give for the burials that happen in what we call the county cemetery over there. So could you describe kind of the assistance that you provide there? And I know that the maintenance side of it, I think you guys handle most of that, even though it might not be as often as in the Forestvale. But anyway, I'll let you talk about it, but I just wanted to thank you as well for that work, because it helps a lot.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, so we work with the coroner's office, with Forestvale being right across the road. The county cemetery is not nearly as big as Forestvale, but we work and contract with them to do just your normal maintenance, landscaping, and things like that. But when the county does their mass burials for the abandoned cremations, graves, and things like that, we do all that work out there as well. So they just contact through us so we can prep and open the graves and things like that for them. We also just, since there's not a person out there and we're close, we keep record of all the people that are interred out there as a backup as well. I know the coroner's office has their own, but many times people will come out to Forestvale looking for loved ones Forestvale and the county cemetery a lot of times get lumped in together. People think they're one and the same. So, but we keep records out there as well for them and assist community members in finding people that are buried out there as well.
Yeah, that's great to know. Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
All right. Commissioner Payne.
Thank you. And I appreciated your coming in and meeting with us the other day. But now I'm thinking, well, maybe I didn't understand exactly. So the revenues that you bring in to take care of this wonderful cemetery is that where does the money come from? Is that from our property taxes? Do we give you that, or is this maintenance and assessments that you send out to the families?
Yep. I believe it was 91 or 93 that there was a vote to assess properties in school districts, Helena School Districts 1 and 3, an assessment or a mill levy every year based on home values. And that brings in approximately the $440,000 in the revenues for that. So that's been going on since the late 90s. The other revenues would just be services we provide, the opening and closing of graves, the selling the grave plots, that kind of stuff. We don't charge people for perpetual maintenance. That's all included. We actually deposit a fund into a perpetual maintenance trust based on our lot sales. So that's where the majority of our revenues are coming from, that mill levy assessment, which I believe, don't quote me on it, but when we were talking with Frank, it's approximately $30 a year for around a $500,000 home.
Okay, thank you. And when we visited the other day, you mentioned that there has not been an increase in the cost of an interment for 40 years?
It's at least 40 years, as far back as I could find in the records, which was a title issued in 1985. It was still $200 a plot there. Yes.
Do you think there will be a hue and cry from the taxpayers over this outrageous increase in 40 years? I'm being facetious. I'm sorry. It's just 40 years. That's incredible. Thank you.
Any other questions? Any other questions?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if you don't mind, you were sharing with us the tree situation out there. Could you share what happened with the windstorm?
Sure. So it's actually gone over so in November of 22, we had a huge windstorm out there as well. We lost approximately 40 trees. And then just this past December of 25, we had another big windstorm where we lost 30. So over the past 3 years, we've lost approximately 70 trees out there. And a lot of them were the pines, things like that. And they do have a lifespan. So currently right now, we're also, there's been members of the community that have come out and expressed interest in fundraising to donate some trees out there. So what we're doing right now is we've always had a planning plan for the new areas, and now we're actually coming up with a good planning plan for the cemetery that's always been there as we lose trees, having a planning plan of where we want to replace, because out of the 70 trees that we lost, we wouldn't replace every one because some were at one point, Forestvale, like the name, was full of trees. So now as those trees grow, they uproot stones, things like that. So we wouldn't put them in some of those areas, but we'd still come up with a plan where we could replace a good chunk of those lost 70 trees and then have a future plan to replace them as well.
Do you plan to replace these trees with deciduous trees or pine trees again? Or have you thought about that?
No, a mixture of both. So probably not as many pine trees. One of the big problems with pine trees at a place like Forestvale or with grass, it's very hard to grow grass around pine trees, and everybody wants grass. So we would still like a mixture because we do like the variety it gives, but a lot of the more leafy or deciduous trees as well, we would kind of mix that in as well.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? I need to apologize. I was gone. I had a family member who had surgery this morning, and I was thinking I was going to get them home, and it didn't work out. So I apologize for being late in the presentation, but I really appreciate the conversation we had the other day and the great work that you're doing out there. My wife's grandparents and some aunts and uncles are all buried out there. You've taken good care of them, and thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, I just want to say thanks to the board as well. Appreciate the work that you all do, and volunteers make this whole county run, basically. So thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy and Wendell. I'd like to circle back real quick to Commissioner Payne's question about the taxpayers perhaps being upset about the rate increase that we're proposing for this next year. So as Wendell mentioned, the Forestvale Cemetery also receives an assessment, which all taxpayers in the Forestvale district pay. But then there are also the rates and fees that are charged to people who want specific services within the cemetery. And in order to keep the assessment as low as possible for all the ratepayers, we're asking the special ratepayers, the people who are actually using the cemetery, to pay what it actually costs to provide the services to them. So I would say all the taxpayers should be happy that we're trying to keep the assessment as low as possible. Okay, thank you. With that, we'll move on to the Solid Waste Division. I guess that's Jenny.
Yeah, we are transitioning. Welcome back. Welcome, Commissioner Rolfe and Commissioners. Again, Jenny Chambers, Public Works Director. And so as you know from the Solid Waste Division, it's an integrated solid waste management system for the county as well as the city of Helena. We have a interlocal agreement with the city of Helena to try to manage and maintain our solid waste operations within the area. And over the last couple of years, we've even integrated more so than we have previously with some of the efforts within Augusta area and Lincoln. And now all of the waste within Lewis and Clark County does go to Lewis and Clark County landfill. So some of those efforts have streamlined things, made things more efficient, but it does add services and impacts to the operations of the solid waste world. So today you'll hear Audra will present the slides, but we also have Pete Anderson with the City of Helena, JD Foreman with the City of Helena. Jackie Pearson is also a key member of the solid waste team, and she's not here today. And Misty Edwards, who helps manages the Augusta and Lincoln solid waste districts. So with that, I'll turn it over to Audra to talk about the county landfill, the Scratch Gravel Solid Waste District, the Marysville Solid Waste District, and Misty will then get up to talk about Augusta Solid Waste District and Lincoln Solid Waste District, so you get the full picture of the solid waste operations in the county.
Thank you, Jenny. The Lewis and Clark County landfill is responsible for the management of solid waste activities using best management practices to achieve the lowest possible cost to ratepayers while maintaining a strong stewardship of the earth through recycling, reduction, and reuse. This budget and the Scratch Gravel Solid Waste District budget and the Marysville District budget was reviewed and recommended for approval by the Scratch Gravel Solid Waste District Board on April 9th, 2026. In front of you is the staffing summary. I would like to remind you that this staffing summary is showing on the screen are the FTEs for all solid waste operations in the county that include not only the landfill, but also the Scratch Gravel Solid Waste District, the Marysville Solid Waste Subdistrict, the Augusta Solid Waste District, and Lincoln Solid Waste District. So that 7.83 is not just the landfill. The landfill is kind of buried in there. The landfill personnel is going to see a 13% increase in their personnel costs from fiscal year 26. 26% increase is health insurance with no corresponding permissive levy. The landfill is an enterprise fund and is not eligible to receive health insurance support from the permissive levy. The personnel budget for fiscal year 27 includes budget authority for proposed classification changes by moving an equipment operator to a lead equipment operator and moving the mechanic to a mechanic coordinator. This budget impact will be $9,125 for both without a change in the number of FTE. The personnel budget also includes budget authority for increasing the half-time equipment operator to a full-time equipment operator. This budget impact is $49,912. This increase is due to the increase in services the landfill is providing concerning the hauling for Lincoln and Augusta. The personnel budget also assumes a credit of $78,750 for non-landfill related personnel assigned to hauling in Augusta, Lincoln, and Marysville, as hauling hours are coded to each of the individual budgets. So we budget the employees in full in the landfill budget and then bill back kind of to the districts on the actual hauling time. Revenue. Thank you. As I mentioned, the landfill is an enterprise fund and must charge to recover the cost to provide its services. The Class 2 tipping fee will remain $22 a ton. We are requesting an increase in the Class 4 tipping fee from $21 a ton to $25 a ton. We are looking at a design and construction of a new Class 4 cell that will need to commence in about 5 years, and so we need to start saving towards that project. Revenues are based on the assumption of receiving 50,903 total estimated tons, 45,000 of those from the Helena Transfer Station, 200 tons from the Marysville District, 650 tons from the Augusta District, 4,000 tons from Broadwater County, 800 tons from Lincoln. Your budget packet on page 10 shows 3 tables that I don't have for this slide, but for future reference, there's a history of the actual tonnage that the landfill has taken in from the city transfer station in the past 10 years, the actual tonnage disposed in the Class 4 construction and demolition cell over the last 10 years, and the actual tonnage deposited in the compost operation for the last 10 years. There is a negligible decrease in operations and maintenance costs from fiscal year 26, so essentially it is remaining the same. Minor equipment totals $12,450. It includes a tarp at $6,300, a pull-behind mower at $4,000, a computer monitor at $650, and unanticipated small tool replacements for $1,500. We've increased the clothing and uniform line item from $1,500 to $2,250 for the staffing changes. We've added a lost and broken tool replacement of $250 for the mechanic to provide some consistency between the mechanic at the landfill and the mechanics in our shop maintenance. We've increased repair and maintenance services $15,000 for the 627G scraper front and rear brake replacement. We've increased travel and training by $1,680 for attendance at a compost conference. We've added Tier 2 gas monitoring at $40,000. That item we've been saving for each year. We've been building a reserve so that $40,000 doesn't hit the budget all at once. Repair and maintenance costs increased $36,000 to provide hauling service. We've increased the buildings and grounds repair and maintenance from $2,500 to $7,500. We've removed the compost screen trauma rental of $50,000, and we've added a low boy hauling service for $15,000. So we'll talk about the reasons for these 2 changes when we get to capital purchases and we start talking about the grinder shredder that we have budgeted for in capital. City of Helena's management fee is estimated at $87,843, and it's assuming a 3% cost of living adjustment from fiscal year 26. For debt service, we have a payment that totals $109,869 for the Phase 4A construction. This is a 12.5-year loan in which the final payoff will be January of 2030. Moving on to capital, the landfill will be making a capital contribution of $975,000. Purchases will include a grinder shredder that will be able to grind compost, tires, and mattresses, and an excavator that needs to be used in conjunction with a grinder shredder. This is a 50/50 cost share with the City of Helena. So we'll be sharing this equipment, this purchase of this equipment with the City of Helena. We're also budgeting $245,040 for a scale rebuild, $50,000 for a federal surplus equipment opportunity, $35,000 for the remaining work on the Phase 3 partial closure, and $25,000 for the remaining work on the Class 4 expansion. So this next slide I want to share with you. It shows the landfill performance for each of the past and present phases of the landfill. And I want to highlight the first 3 ratios because they demonstrate how well the landfill is being managed. These can be difficult to comprehend, so I want to really stress that the important takeaway from this slide is that all 3 ratios exceed both the design and goal standards that have been set for the landfill and have consistently improved from Phase 1 to Phase 3. These improvements can be directly attributed to enhancements since the county contracted with the City of Helena. So the first ratio I want to look at is at the top row, the volume per ton ratio. As you can see, the design standard is 2.22. The goal standard is 1.93. Phase 3 is 1.59. Okay. This ratio is a measure of the number of cubic yards of waste that make up 1 ton. For example, on average, it would take approximately 14.5 cubic yards of uncompacted waste to equal 1 ton. Whereas compacted waste takes only 2 to 4 cubic yards, so quite a bit less cubic yards of waste in 1 ton that's been compacted. So the key here is compaction. Every uncompacted cubic yard of waste represents lost revenue and wasted airspace. The lower the number means better compaction is being achieved and the more waste that we can accept in the landfill. So visually, I want you to visualize a box that is 4 feet by 4 feet by 4 feet in size, okay? And the box equals the industry standard of 2.22 cubic yards per ton. Okay, so phase 3 has achieved 1.59 cubic yards per ton, which reduces the size of that box to 3.25 feet. So we've reduced it from here to here. And what that means is we can get more waste in our landfill, and the waste is what generates our revenue. The next ratio I want to look at is the waste to soil ratio. This ratio defines the volume or weight of waste placed in the landfill compared to the soil being used as daily and intermediate cover. It shows how much of the landfill airspace is being consumed by cover soil instead of solid waste. Remember, we are only getting paid for waste and not necessarily the soil that we are required to use for daily cover and intermediate cover. A higher ratio means that we are conserving valuable airspace and using less soil. A ratio between 5:1 to 7:1 shows advanced compaction techniques such as high compaction equipment and alternative daily cover usage, such as as a tarp, or green waste. In phase 1, the ratio was 3.9 to 1, and it increased to 6.55 to 1 in phase 3. That's an exceptional number. The final ratio I would like to look at is the in-place waste density. This ratio refers to the number of pounds of solid waste in each cubic yard. Essentially, if we revisualize my box example, how tightly is our box packed with waste? Proper compaction in a landfill is critical for extending the lifespan. Industry standard is 1,200 pounds of waste per cubic yard, and in phase 1, each cubic yard consisted of 1,246 pounds, so 46 over the industry standard. In phase 3, we saw an improvement of 1,450 pounds of solid waste in each cubic yard. Both years exceed the standard, and phase 3 further improved from phase 1, with the landfill compacting over 200 pounds more per cubic yard. So I would like to give a special thanks to this stellar, for this stellar report card to our landfill manager and supervisor, Pete and Jackie, as well as gold stars to our landfill solid waste team for the great job they're doing, as this performance report shows. And then also, real quick, I want to mention that while Pete and Jackie are the faces we see most related to our interlocal agreement with the city, it is common for other city staff to be involved, including Ryan Leland, the City Public Works Director, Ed Coleman, the Deputy Director, JD Foreman, the Solid Waste Supervisor, and several transfer station staff members. Solid waste is a strongly integrated system between the county and city and has been a successful partnership. I want to extend my appreciation to these behind the scenes folks. Okay, are there any questions on the landfill budget?
Anything? Oh, excuse me. Commissioner Payne.
Are we accepting waste from Broadwater County?
Yes.
And so I assume Broadwater County pays Lewis and Clark County to take their solid waste. Is that right?
Correct.
And how does that fit into your budget, or what becomes of the funds that Broadwater County sends to us? Is that Jenny's beer money? Oh,
Are you able to go back to the revenue slide? Okay, as you can see, we take several different kinds of revenue at the landfill. We take Class 2 municipal solid waste. That's really your waste that is coming from household, general household waste. We also take special loads waste. We take Class 4 construction and demolition waste. We take, I think those are the three main kinds of waste that we take. Broadwater County, when they bring waste to us, it's of one of these three types, and they will pay the tipping fee that is being charged at that time. And we have an agreement with them to bring their waste to us.
I'm not complaining. I just was making sure that Broadwater County was paying their share for using our solid waste facilities, and thank you for the explanation.
Commissioner Hunthausen.
You're done with the presentation on this part, right?
For the landfill, yes.
For the landfill. So, okay, good. I didn't know if the Gold Star people were going to come up or not. Okay.
Not yet,
They
they
don't-
will later.
I just wanted to thank them as well, and thank you. And the partnership is important, I think. And via the old efficiency study that we did, I think we've really taken that to heart and gone above and beyond to find ways to be efficient in our landfill process and work together. It's been great. And I'm especially grateful for the responsiveness as well. So all across Public Works, but this one good example of the responsiveness. If there's any questions or whatever, it seems like we're working together well. Questions get answered quickly, and the public has a good service in terms of helping to understand how the system works. And so I have a question. If someone wanted to buy compost, how do they do it?
They just need to get a hold of the landfill. Make sure we have some.
Call the landfill, go online. What do you call them? Call the landfill.
Call or stop by the landfill.
Okay. Thank you. I'm asking for a friend. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
I can't help but think about the time that I've spent working with the Lincoln and the Gusto landfill solid waste groups, and the amount of money that you saved them in the long run by operating the way you have and bringing. And we had an outside company that was coming in and getting the waste. We had fees that had not been changed in 25 years. They were going upside down, and you turn that around, and it's being done so much more efficiently than before. Very well done. I think and to have all of our Lewis and Clark County waste coming to our landfill, it gives it extra value. Very well done.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Oh, no other questions? Okay. We'll move on to the Scratch Gravel Solid Waste District. This is a big year for the Scratch Gravel Solid Waste District. We have some exciting changes. The annual assessment, this is not one of the exciting parts of the changes, but the annual assessment will increase to $118.50 from the $98 per residential unit. We're looking at building a transfer site for the Scratch Gravel Solid Waste District residents to be able to drop off their waste. And it's going to be located at the county landfill off Deal Lane. This is one of the biggest changes we've made in the district since 1994. And Approximately $13 of this assessment increase is related to the construction of this new solid waste transfer site. So that equals less than $1.10 per month for residents. The revenue is based on the assumption of 15,352 assessments for a total of $1,819,212. There's a table on page 8 of your budget packets showing the assessment history for the Scratch Gravel District. Personnel. The Scratch Gravel District has not had personnel numbers in quite a while, but opening this new solid waste transfer site will require the addition of one FTE scale operator, which will impact the budget $77,207 in the fiscal year 27 budget. Again, in fiscal year 28, we need to add another FTE for a transfer site attendant. As a side note, the staffing summary that we looked at in a previous slide, which is also on page 60 of your budget packet, we failed to include the new scale operator position FTE amount in that staffing summary on page 60. For operations and maintenance, there's a 12% increase from fiscal year 26. We're assuming the city tipping fee will increase from $58.75 a ton to $64.75 a ton. And we're assuming the Scratch Gravel District will dispose of 18,000 tons, and that will cost us $1,197,875. That's our biggest expense in the Scratch Gravel District. The city recycling fee will remain $275,000. This is half of the recycling program budget that is shared with the city of Helena. Approximately 15.5% or $18.50 per residential unit per year of the assessment is for recycling. We're increasing postage $3,500 and computer maintenance $1,500. Both of these are for permit issuance. We've removed $12,000 from the budget, and that was for direct haul costs by the private hauler. We've added $10,000 to perform a district assessment audit. We've also added $25,300 for the new solid waste transfer site startup cost. These costs may include technology, a public information campaign, site utilities, personal protective equipment, workstation equipment, etc. The City of Helena management fee is estimated at $79,607. That's assuming a 3% increase cost of living adjustment from fiscal year 26. Capital. Scratch Gravel will have a capital contribution of $45,000, and purchases will include $277,000 for the transfer site design, $63,650 for 4 30-yard recycling containers, $111,390 for 6 40-yard containers with lids, $53,050 for a self-contained recycling container, $169,740 for a transfer trailer, $10,300 for 2 Connex storage boxes, and $29,570 for a pump drive system. And that is not supposed to be there. Scratch the pump drive system. That is not in this budget. That is some kind of typo. I apologize. That is not included in the total purchases. All of the purchases that I mentioned earlier, from the transfer site design to the Connex storage boxes, those are all items that are related to the new transfer site. And we have been saving for these for quite a few years. So all of these items are fully funded from the capital improvement plan. On to debt service, which we do not have in fiscal year 27. However, beginning, could you go to the next slide, please? So the scratch gravel solid waste transfer site, you'll see on this slide is the this is a preliminary conceptual design. There's going to be some minor changes made to it before they start working on the final design work. But in fiscal year 27, we do not have any debt expenses budgeted because of the timing of construction of this site. Beginning in fiscal year 28, we're assuming a $2 million construction project at a 2.5% interest rate over 30 years. It will result in a debt service payment annually of less than $100,000 a year. The assessment recommendation that we visited about, the $118.50, takes into consideration this future debt payment. I try, when I'm setting an assessment, I try to make it sustainable for several years. Kind of timing on construction, we're looking at a preliminary design and starting to work on the final design in mid-July. Advertise for bidding for contractors around the September timeframe. A notice to proceed to a contractor in November, with construction potentially being completed around spring or early summer of 2027. So we still have about a year left before this site we can even think about opening this site, okay? For residents who would like to hear more about this project, we have 2 upcoming events. On June 3rd at 9 a.m., we have coffee with Commissioner Hunthausen in room 309 of the City County building here at 316 North Park Avenue. On June 30th, we are scheduling a public meeting at the City of Helena Wastewater Treatment Interpretive Center off of Custer Avenue. That is at 6 p.m. We will be sending notification to Scratch Gravel District residents of the June 30th, public meeting. Are there any questions on the Scratch Gravel budget?
Anything? Mr. Chair, if I could.
Roger.
Thank you, Audrey. You're doing great. Would you mind, just for clarity, going back to page 60 and the staffing summary? So in the booklet where the request says budget 26, total staff 5.68. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page here. So the landfill equipment operator is requested to go from 3.5 to 4. Then there's a landfill attendant requested to go from 1.05 to 1.7. And did you say we also want to put on this list an attendant of an additional 1 FTE?
The scale operator at 1.
Right
yes.
there.
So that'll bring a total of 7.83 for the fiscal year 27 budget.
Thank you for that clarity, Audra. And that is it. There's no additional staffing beyond what we just said, or was there one more?
That's it for fiscal year 27, but as you mentioned, the landfill attendant, that will be a request in the fiscal year 28 budget. When presenting this year's solid waste budget for the Scratch Gravel District, we wanted to make sure the commissioners understood all the staffing that we were expecting to need to open that site.
Okay, so thanks again. So we're going from current year 5.68 for FTEs in this chart on page 60 to a request to having 7.83 FTEs. Did I get that right? I think I did my math.
That's what's on this page, yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, Commissioner. So I just wanted to go back and just summarize. This is a request for a staffing change.
I want to add a little bit to that, Roger. So I want to make clear too that these are budgeted FTE numbers and not what actually ended up being actual numbers for the year. For example, if the budget is approved for fiscal year 26, and then after the budget is approved and there is a staffing need that, for example, the Lincoln Solid Waste District, we had to take over the district from the private hauler mid-budget year. So we had to hire an employee. That was not in the budget. We had to do a budget amendment to get that. That position would not be in the budgeted number. So when you're looking at the total, where it goes from 5.68 to 7.83, it does not take into account maybe the actual number that fiscal year 26 is ending on. Does that make sense? Okay. And now I've lost my place. Okay, are there any other questions on scratch gravel? All right, let's move on to the Marysville Solid Waste Subdistrict. With the scratch gravel transfer site construction project, there will also be changes to the Marysville Solid Waste Subdistrict. As you know, the Marysville Solid Waste Subdistrict is a subdistrict of the Scratch Gravel Solid Waste District. After the Scratch Gravel District was created, Marysville residents decided they didn't want to have to come all the way into the city transfer station. They wanted a convenient site just for the Marysville residents. So we opened the Marysville Subdistrict. They are assessed a different rate in addition to the scratch gravel. So they pay both assessments because they're in both districts, okay? So when we open the scratch gravel site, transfer site off of Deal Lane, we intend to dissolve the Marysville district and absorb the operations into scratch gravel so that all scratch gravel residents will have 3 sites. They'll be able to use the Marysville site. They will still be able to use the City of Helena transfer site, and they will be able to use the new scratch gravel site off of Deal Lane. So in the fiscal year 27 budget, we are proposing a decrease from $65 to $45 per residential unit for the assessment. We're assuming 550 assessments for a total of $24,750. What we're trying to do here is spend down the reserves that Marysville has. As you can see from the cash flow on the screen, we're going from $120,000 in 25 to $75,000 in budget year 26, down to $21,000 in fiscal year 27. Any money that we take for a Marysville assessment has to be spent on the Marysville site. So we're making some improvements to the site over fiscal year 27. And we have a list of other things that need to be done in fiscal year 28. And then in fiscal year 28, the goal is to zero out the assessment and work on the dissolution with our legal department. Any questions on this? This is somewhat complicated, but that's why there's such a drastic decrease in the assessment, because we're working towards dissolving the district. Nope. Okay. Personnel has a 3% increase from fiscal year 26. Hauling by landfill staff is estimated at under $3,000. Operations and maintenance is seeing a 61.5% decrease from fiscal year 26. We have no capital contribution budgeted, and purchases include $41,220 for 2 40-yard containers and 1 30-yard recycling container. At the end of fiscal year 27, we will transfer all capital savings back to operations so that in fiscal year 28, we can fully expend all the funds that we've taken into this district. Any questions on Marysville?
Commissioner Payne.
Will you then cancel the Marysville Solid Waste District? I mean, will it just go away?
The district assessment is going to go away. but the district, the solid waste site is going to remain.
Okay.
There will no longer be a need for the district because we're going to manage all 3 districts in one, in the scratch gravel district.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. At this time, I would like to invite Misty Edwards, our Senior Finance Coordinator, to come up and present the Augusta and Lincoln solid waste budgets.
Thank you, Audra, Jenny, Commissioners, Misty Edwards, Senior Finance Coordinator. And as Audra and Jenny have mentioned, I manage the Augusta and Lincoln budgets now that we're all one. So I am here to present. First, I'll present the Augusta budget, and this is as recommended by the Augusta Solid Waste Board on April 10th. For revenue, we are anticipating, recommending keeping the assessment flat at $145, assuming 818 assessments or EUs, total revenue of $118,610. In personnel costs, we're anticipating paying the landfill $13,500 for staff time for hauling. Operations and maintenance is a 21% decrease from fiscal year 26. Purchases include minor equipment, a 40-yard roll-off from the city of Helena, along with a used recycling roll-off for $10,000. Fuel costs for hauling $12,300. This is a new charge to both Augusta and Lincoln. We will be paying the landfill the actual fuel that is used to haul the waste. City of Helena management fee is estimated at $6,950, and Augusta is part of the interlocal agreement, so we pay a portion on that. Debt service, Augusta does have a loan that they took out to make some purchases and do some improvements at the site. In fiscal year 27, it's anticipated to make a payment of $8,960 to the landfill CIP. In capital, a contribution of $10,000 is budgeted with no anticipated expenditures in fiscal year 27. Do you have any questions about the Augusta budget? No? Okay, great. Lincoln Solid Waste budget is presented as recommended by the Lincoln Solid Waste District Board on April 21st of this year. Once again, we will be keeping the assessment the same as it was this fiscal year at $144. It's based off of 1,319 assessments for a total revenue of $189,936. In personnel, hauling by landfill staff is estimated to cost $17,500. Operations and maintenance will see a decrease from fiscal year 26, and this is because in 26 we budgeted for Republic, not knowing what we were going to do, and we moved to the landfill, so we saw a pretty significant savings. But minor equipment purchases include a used 40-yard roll-off for $8,000 and a used recycling roll-off for $10,000. Those are both from the City of Helena Transfer Station, and a used backhoe for $25,000, and that's from the county landfill. Fuel costs for Lincoln are estimated at $16,800, and a management fee for the City of Helena at $8,500. Debt service, something new to Lincoln. Lincoln Solid Waste hopes to construct a Z-wall in this next fiscal year. This will provide some efficiencies for Lincoln, less hauling. So we anticipate borrowing $30,000 from the landfill CIP for the construction of that, and the remaining $28,000 will come from cash reserves. Capital, currently a CIP is not being funded. Cash reserves are being used to fulfill minor equipment needs and for the construction of the Z-wall. Are there any questions about the Lincoln budget?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Henham.
Thanks. So just to be clear on that last one, the capital, that'll probably happen in the future.
Commissioner Hunthausen, yes, the goal is to have a CIP for Lincoln 2 in the future, but right now we need to use the cash reserves to kind of bring it up to speed with everybody else.
I assume so, Mr. Chair, if I keep going. Just wanted to say thanks. Commissioner Rolfe was appreciating, you might have been watching at the time, but about the transition in Lincoln and Augusta, but much of that's due to you. I know that our partners, the city and the Scratch Gravel District had to agree for us to come in, but that was much your doing in terms of managing those programs up there, and both of them were heading in a future that was unsustainable. So this alternative with our partners came to be, and it's kind of weird to call it partners because we're all together, but in that sense, we were different districts. So it's great, and thank you for guiding that forward and for your management of those programs from the perspective of helping those folks understand what they're up against, and that just those monthly meetings and many trips. And
Commissioner Hunthausen, yes, I'm so thankful for the opportunity to move to an integrated plan, and I couldn't have done it without everybody else.
Yeah, so good. Well, thanks.
Well done. No question about it.
Is that it?
We're on a good path.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
At this time, I would like to invite Pete Anderson, our solid waste superintendent and landfill manager, to come up and discuss how the fiscal year 27 solid waste budgets align with the commissioner's goals.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you, Audra. Thank you, Jenny. Whoever put the agenda together, I'm very thankful for being in the order that I'm in. Typically, I'm last on the city side, Mr. Leland. And we had a meeting go till 10 p.m. the other night. So I will just, before you have the commission goals, I'll touch on the culture of the community services. As Director Chambers stated earlier, we're part of an integrated solid waste system, very complex and diverse system to include the city of Helena, Lewis and Clark County, Scratch Gravel, Lincoln, Augusta, Marysville, Broadwater County, and now we're entering into an agreement with Republic Services, who has bought out Tri-County. In this service area, we're providing service to some 36,000 residential units and 3,500 commercial businesses and account holders at the transfer station and landfill. Our effective long-range planning, as Audra stated earlier, some of our big ticket items for FY27, the low-speed shredder and excavator as a joint purchase with the city of Helena. We're estimating a payback on that purchase of $1.4 million in 5.5 to 7.5 year time frame. That's a savings from current private contracts we have on grinding our current compost and green waste, rental of equipment to screen our compost, and airspace by grinding furniture, mattresses, box springs, and tires. She did mention the audit. This is just the starting point for the audit of the district. Entering into this agreement with Republic Service will enable us to gather a lot of useful data and information that we can put forward to have a cap on tonnage by the level of service the private hauler is providing to Scratch Gravel residents, as well as go out and do some audits on locations, on level of service, and how many livable units are on each parcel. Our CIP it requires a lot of staff experience and expertise. We go a long way into considering operational needs and prioritizing equipment projects in the districts and landfill construction. We do our best to try to keep as many of those projects in-house to save and be fiscally responsible. We continue to evaluate the solid waste master plan recommendations and look at how we can implement them in a fiscally responsible manner. just to share with you on the communication and collaboration, the solid waste integrated system operates approximately 355 days a year. We're a very complex division. Audra gave you the specifics on employee hours. I do it by bodies. So the county has about 10 solid waste staffers. Not all of them work 40 hours a week because of our district locations. The city has 25. So together we employ about 35 employees, and it gives us a really extensive abilities on our resources and personnel needs. With that, we total up about 10 budgets in that integrated system. County has 5, city has 5. You know, they share the recycling budget. These budgets will create anywhere from $10 to $12 million. So it's very complex, and we're able to help each other out and implement some of these savings measures that we've done over the years. We have 11 scheduled work weeks with those 35 employees. That's a lot to manage. We have a lot of folks working weekends. We got a lot of good people working for us. This is the strongest team that I've seen in a long time. With all that, you know, I'd like to let you know kind of the customer service. The landfill traffic counts for fiscal year 25 was 9,977 vehicles. The Augusta traffic count for fiscal year 25 was 10,000. Lincoln, 12,000. Marysville, 4,000. Transfer station, 185,000 vehicles. So in that year, we provided 220,977 customer transactions in our integrated system. So we don't have to worry about where our employees are at. They're very busy. They're very busy. And then I'll touch on the efficient and effective management and public resources. I'd like to touch on our phase 3 partial closure. This is a project that I really wanted to keep in-house. I talked to Jenny, I talked to Audra about it, and it's a project I knew we could get done. I knew DEQ would give us some time to get this project done. The engineer's estimated costs were $220,280 to get this project done. We completed this project last Thursday. Actually, Christian is hydroseeding. Is in the process of hydroseeding the berm and that phase 3 closure now. The total project cost, keeping it in-house, came to $74,824. So we were $145,455 under projected construction cost. The other one I'd like to point out is the hauling service. We knew where we were going with Republic Service in Augusta and Lincoln. We've seen some of the huge rate increases that were being thrown at us. So the landfill, working with Jenny and Audra, you know, is like, we need to start this service. So right now, with that service, with the requests for the additional FTE there, half-time FTE, we're saving those districts in combination $200,000 a year. That's a huge savings. In closing, I would like to recognize our team, the boots on the ground, the people that make all this happen, that make my job easy, and provide all the public service to all our constituents. Shout outs, I'd like to go to our Augusta team, Jamie Bouchard and Anthony Valacorsa. They work Monday, Wednesdays, and Saturdays. Our Lincoln team is Dan Thomas. He works every Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Marysville, Mark Alkire, works every Saturday and Sunday at Marysville. Landfill crew, 7-day-a-week operation, Ross Battershell, Steve Harris, Dan Thompson, Cam Dana, Corey Klaus. We schedule our work weeks accordingly to keep overtime to a minimum and to be fiscally responsible with taxpayer dollars. Other shout outs go to Jackie Pearson. Jackie's on vacation today. She supervises the landfill. JD Foreman, he's in the audience. He's the transfer station supervisor. JD's out at the landfill weekly doing stuff, and that's how we cross-reference and save each other money. Jake Larson, he's our permitting clerk that handles all the scratch gravel permits. Keely Hunthausen handles all our invoices down at County Public Works. Misty Edwards, of course, Augusta, Lincoln, Audra Zackrell handles all the budgeting, works on operational stuff. Jenny Chambers, my boss, Ryan Leland, back in the back there. City Director of Public Works, Ed Coleman, Deputy Director. There's just a lot of phone calls, emails, a lot of behind the scenes meetings to make all this happen. We have many other staff members that I didn't mention at any given time take part in either working on county projects or county folks working on city projects. In my mind, our team is second to none, and I love what I do, and we got a long ways to go, but we're going to get there. So at that time, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions?
Mr. Chair, again, how do I buy some compost? I mean, my friend. No, I think I got that answer. I do have a comment, and just, Pete, I really appreciate what you just said there, and I guess for everybody that's involved, all the names you just listed off, even Mr. Leland back there, give him a hard time. A few years ago, when we went through this whole efficiency study thing, and boy, a more integrated system is the way to go. You should do that. Much easier said than done, much more complicated than people realize, and there's much more to it than people realize. But the benefits have just been described in the presentation of this budget. The way we work together, the amount of money we saved, even adding in now Lincoln and Augusta, the amount of money they're going to save through this process. So it's great. I mean, you want an example of serving our taxpayers? I mean, we exist to provide service to our citizens, right? And this is a great example of doing that in the most efficient way we can, or that we know now. And so just thank you to everybody, and I'm glad we're on the right path. It hasn't been without its bumps and bruises and warts and whatnot, but we've worked through it all, and I think representing these goals very well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, the only thing that I'd like to add is I did forget to mention part of the reason we are so efficient is between the city and the county, we own over $15 million in assets in the solid waste side of things. So we cross-reference a lot of equipment, and it saves each entity a ton of money. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for what you do. Any other comments or questions about the landfill? Yes. You want to, all right. You know, we've gone for a little bit here. Let's take about a 10-minute break, and we'll come back and continue.
Thanks for taking a quick break. With the last two divisions that we're going to discuss are the Buildings Division and the Road and Bridge Operations Programs. So for the Buildings Division is next. We're going to talk about the Michael A. Murray Building, County Courthouse, Detention Center, miscellaneous buildings, and then 222, 310 are Broadway buildings. Miscellaneous buildings, Audra will kind of cover what those are, but primarily we talk about the Augusta Community Center, Lincoln Community Center, and then some other aspects to assist some of our other buildings within the county. In the audience, we've got Mac McCarley, our building supervisor, and Ryan Wardell, our lead maintenance staff, to answer any questions you guys might have. So with that, I'll turn it over to Audra.
Thank you, Jenny. As Jenny mentioned, we're moving on to the buildings divisions. The buildings division is responsible for buildings and grounds maintenance and repair and janitorial services for county-owned facilities. The staffing levels will remain the same as the prior two fiscal years. I'm going to start with the personnel and personnel-related expenses combined for all buildings. You may remember that a couple years ago, we combined all the personnel and personnel related costs into one budget. And then we split those costs out to all the buildings based on their proportionate share of usage of our personnel. It's much easier than trying to split people by all the different buildings. Now we just split the one budget by a percentage for each building. So you'll hear me say, this building has this percentage of the shared costs, okay? So we'll go over the changes to this budget first. We're going to see a 10.8% increase in total personnel and personnel-related expenses. It will be $1,228,123, up from $1,107,982. That's, as I mentioned, for personnel salaries, personnel-related expenses such as office supplies, uniforms, vehicles, fuel, maintenance, licenses, travel, training, technology, et cetera, anything related to a person. It also includes a capital contribution for those assets that the personnel require. Minor equipment for this budget totals $6,050 and includes power tools and accessories for $500, painting equipment at $1,500, a dehumidifier at $1,500, a buffer at $850, a shop vac at $850, a printer scanner fax at $700, and a voltmeter at $150. Those are minor equipment items that are used in all buildings, not just one or two buildings. Budgeted maintenance includes expanding the camera system to the commissioner's garage at $11,000. And this is a cost share with the sheriff's department.
I'd like to point out that the commissioners do not get to use that garage. Just.
That's a very good point. The history behind that is I think they may, in the past, were able to use that, and now our building staff uses this building, and as well as the sheriff's department uses a portion of this building. And that is why we are expanding the camera system at a cost share with the sheriff's department. The capital contribution will remain $45,000 with no purchases budgeted in fiscal year 27. Next slide. So this slide shows the cost per square foot history. I like to show a comparison with other buildings. The city county building, which is not managed by our maintenance staff. The Law and Justice Center is also not managed by our maintenance staff. Those two buildings are managed by the city. But I like to compare the cost per square foot of those buildings with our buildings. I tried to bold, and on the page in your budget, the bold, I think, showed up a little bit better each of the years that the cost per square foot were increased. As you can see, for fiscal year 27, across the board, all buildings, the cost per square foot is going up between the city and the county. So that takes us to our revenue. And the reason for the increase to the cost per square foot, the Murray building is going to see a 4% increase at $635,000. The courthouse is going to see a 14% increase to $1,020,000. The detention center is going to see a 10.5% increase for $780,000. Miscellaneous buildings will see a 2% increase to $255,000. The 222 building will see a 7% increase to $64,250. And the 310 building will receive a 6% increase at $53,000. So now we'll start on the Murray building. The Michael A. Murray building, named after one of our prior commissioners. So when I talk about personnel, just a reminder, the personnel is paid from the personnel and personnel-related costs. The tenants of the Murray building then pay into our buildings division the cost to maintain that building. With the new Limbo work order program, staff can more accurately determine the level of effort for each county-owned building. In fiscal year 27, the allocation for the personnel and personnel-related expenses will be $29,000 for the Michael A. Murray building, and that's down from $30,000. That total for fiscal year 27 will be $352,025. Operations and maintenance will see a 2.5% decrease from fiscal year 26. Minor equipment totals $16,350 and includes power and hand tools at $600, a carpet wet dry vacuum at $4,100, expanding the camera system to the west and north parking areas for $11,000, and a backpack blower for $650. Building repair and maintenance includes a $1,000 increase for filters, a decrease in utilities from $62,000 to $57,000. We're adding curbside recycling for $600. We're adding a heated snow mat for the north side main stair entrance at $3,000. Lawn and landscaping maintenance, pest control, snow removal, painting materials, and general maintenance budget remains the same at $22,750 total. I'm going to visit about the capital for all buildings on our last slide to show it all together. So we're going to move on to the courthouse next, unless you have any questions concerning the Michael A. Murray building operations portion of the budget.
I don't think so.
Okay. For the courthouse, the personnel and personnel-related costs share is decreasing from 24% down to 22%. And that amount for fiscal year 27 will be $267,054. Operations and maintenance costs are increasing 25% from fiscal year 26. The biggest reason for this is the increase in the Securitas contract from $181,844 to $271,440. Minor equipment includes unanticipated hand tools. Curbside recycling was added to the courthouse building as well for $800. Telephone service was added to the security station, $500. Maintenance budgeted for fiscal year 27 includes window washing, $4,750. Adding a drop ceiling to the basement women's restroom, $7,500. Repairing cracks in the basement walls, $3,500. And fog sealing the parking lot at a 50% cost share, $4,150. If there are no questions concerning the courthouse operations budget, we'll move on.
Any questions? Okay.
Okay. Detention center. Personnel and personnel-related costs share percentage is increasing from 28% to 30%, from $310,000 to $235 in fiscal year 26 to $364,164 for fiscal year 27. The percentage should actually be 32%, but that is a pretty big increase for the detention center. So over time, I'll be increasing that for them. That number is based on the amount of effort that our personnel-related expenses are being asked of those costs and our staff time. Operations and maintenance. Minor equipment includes unanticipated replacements, $2,000. Maintenance budgeted includes a $6,961 decrease in utilities, down to $176,327. Snow mats for the middle stairs and ramp, $13,580. We're rebudgeting the Pod 5 shower repair at $7,500. We're lining the walls in the high traffic areas with a fiber reinforced polymer, also known as FRP. That's going to cost $19,900. And we're upgrading the dry fire suppression system in the attic IT security room, which will cost $20,000. Any questions on the detention center operations? Okay. Moving on to the miscellaneous buildings, as Jenny mentioned, this budget is kind of a bunch of different little buildings that don't need their own separate budgets. Augusta and Lincoln Community Centers, the annex next to the fairgrounds, and then other county-owned buildings that maybe were had tenants in them, and then the tenants vacated, and we do help out with those buildings until a new tenant can be found or the building is sold. So those kinds of things fall under this budget. The shared personnel and personnel related expenses will remain 8% for fiscal year 27. That amount is $97,110. The operations and maintenance budget increased by only $326 from fiscal year 26, so that's pretty negligible increase. Augusta Community Center specific costs will include contracted janitorial service at $12,000. That's a new service that was added here recently. We have the public water system testing, repair, and maintenance expenses, $2,445.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I really need to get a drink of water, so I won't. So just, can we take 2 seconds while I?
Absolutely.
All right. Smart like you.
Pardon me? Okay. Yeah. We'll just wait here just a minute. All right. No problem. Let's go ahead.
All right, thank you. While we were at break, our building manager, Mac McCarley, told me the Commissioner's Garage is called the Commissioner's Garage because the family that sold the building to the county, there was a specific commissioner on the board at that time that was instrumental in making that happen. So that's why they called it the Commissioner's Garage.
Thank you.
So I'll start back on the Augusta Community Center specific costs, and I'll start from the beginning just as a reminder. We added contracted janitorial service to this building. That's $12,000. For the public water system testing, repair, and maintenance expenses, $2,445. Building repair and maintenance includes general expenses, $2,000. Janitorial supplies, $1,500. Utilities, $4,600. We're going to put a second coat of stain around the window, the front window there, $300. We have some generator repair and maintenance budgeted at $2,200. Fire alarm inspection and monitoring at $920. And we have the library interlocal management fee of $5,000. Lincoln Community Center specific costs include a public water system testing, repair, and maintenance, $2,445. Building repair and maintenance includes general expenses at $1,250 and $8,000 to replace the back door ramp. Other maintenance costs in this budget include electricity and mowing for the indigent cemetery at $1,600. This is the service that's provided by Forestville Cemetery that we heard about a little bit earlier in our budget discussion. Other expenses are repair and maintenance of the fairgrounds emergency generator, $2,050, and $500 for unanticipated maintenance at the state, we call it the state surplus property, or we call it the Fairgrounds Annex. And we have about 500 budgeted for that. Any questions on the miscellaneous buildings budget?
Questions? Don't see any.
We'll move on to the 222 building. This is the 222 Broadway building. The shared personnel and personnel-related expenses will remain $3,000. Will remain 3% of the total. That equates to $36,416. In operations and maintenance, minor equipment includes unanticipated hand tools, $375. Repair and maintenance expenses include $2,000 for an exterior south side basement entrance camera and $3,250 for a snow mat on the south side. Any questions? Okay. We'll move on to the 310 Broadway building. This building also has personnel and personnel-related shared costs at 3% for $36,416. Minor equipment totals $375 for unanticipated hand tools. Repair and maintenance on this building includes painting the window trim, soffit, and fascia at $1,500 and a snow mat for the south side at $3,750. Okay, I want to look at capital for all the buildings combined. We have the Murray building. Their contribution is $100,000. Let me go back to my. Oh, and that is also a typo. The capital contribution for, oh no, that's the courthouse. Sorry. Okay.
No, explain that again.
I'm going to start over. Capital. For the Michael A. Murray building, the contribution is $100,000 and no purchases. Okay. For the courthouse, the contribution is $400,000, and that is up from $370,000 in fiscal year 20.
I have a question.
Yes.
Okay.
Audra, who made the contribution? Say on the
Thank
Murray
you.
building.
Great question.
Oh, I figured it was just one of those things everybody knew but me, but
So each building each of these buildings have tenants. And when I say tenants, they're other county and state and in some case, maybe city.
the Murray building has the medical, what is it? Peer View. As
Michael
well
A.
as,
Murray has the Pureview Health Center and the County Health Department.
Yes.
They have two tenants in this building. And both of those entities contribute to the maintenance on this building, and that contribution includes the capital contribution.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioners,
so we're clear that everybody pays rent, and in that rent payment, all of these things come out of the rent payment. So this is included. There's a portion of the rent payment that gets accumulated to put aside for the capital.
Correct.
So these
The
are
CIP.
contributions for the capital improvement.
To the CIP plan.
Okay, and that's what these contributions are for. They're not used for fixing the roof or for
They can be used for
buying
15.
beer for certain people. It's
No beer,
no
but
beer,
most definitely it can be used for replacing a roof on that building.
but it is a capital improvement.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I did not understand where this money was going, and now, thank you, I do.
Yes. Thank you for that question. It does go into a CIP, and it's held in reserve until we have the required maintenance comes up to be done. So the courthouse building will make a contribution of $400,000 in fiscal year 27. The purchase will be $100,000 towards the elevator replacement project. This is just a portion of what that project will cost. We estimate this is going to be the beginning cost, where we currently have an RFP SOQ being advertised right now, looking for a design build contract. We think this project is going to cost between $1 million and $1.2 million. Yeah. Okay.
We should just make all those attorneys walk up and down the stairs, don't you think?
That would be fine, but the public gets to use an elevator if they're if they need to. The detention center contribution will be $109,500. Budgeted for fiscal year 27 is the control system at $949,500. This is a much needed project for the detention center. It was one that was looked at when the renovation was happening and we didn't have the money for it. It was needed back when we renovated the building. So you can imagine that now it is especially needed. This purchase will clean out my CIP for the detention center. But this is a project that needs to happen, and over the next year, we'll be working closely with Frank and the Sheriff's Department, trying to figure out how to fund the balance of the control system and get some money back into the CIP for future needs that the CIP may have. In miscellaneous buildings, the contribution will be $75,000. They have an HVAC replacement that is for the Augusta Community Center, $89,980. And then we have the 222 building contribution at $17,000. We are putting a new porch on the front of the 222 building, and we are installing a fire alarm system. So the total of those two combined will be a purchase of $62,600. The 310 building has a contribution of $3,000, and that is down from $20,000 last year. And purchases will include the $15,910 for the roof replacement. We had to bump up the CIP contribution in order to afford that roof. So any questions on capital or any other building operations question?
I have a question for you. When you're putting that in, when you take those contributions, you put them into a pot and then kind of see what's the most crying need and what has to be done. Is that right?
Thank you, Chair Rolfe. That is correct. We have a CIP for each building. If you go to, in your budget packet, there is a table of contents that shows a capital plan for each of the buildings. For example, the Murray building's on page 93, the courthouse, page 101. You'll find what projects are a priority and when we intend to perform that project and how much we estimate that project is going to cost for that building. And so these funds go into an account that is reserved specifically for these projects.
Wonderful. There it is. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, seeing no additional questions, I would like to invite Mac McCarley, our buildings manager, up to discuss how the fiscal year 27 buildings budgets align with commissioners' goals. Mac?
Thank you, Audra. Thank you, Jenny. Commissioners, Chairman. So the building maintenance budget meets the goal of customer service by applying a proactive, preventative approach to maintenance, which provides a safe, secure, and comfortable working environment with the least amount of downtime and inconvenience to the building occupancies. So the more we can predict and not have to interrupt their normal services without a forewarning, that's kind of the goal of that. This type of approach meets the long-range planning goal of maintaining the structures in their mechanical systems through structured preventative maintenance that prevents expensive deferred maintenance. Budgets are developed based on manufacturer data-driven recommendations, operational tracking, and constant evaluation, which allows for better allocations of funds to the capital projects, which you were just asking questions about. That's how we try to predict how much it's going to cost, how long what we got is going to last, and what should be first on the list, money-wise. Constant evaluation meets the goal of communication and collaboration by providing clear, documented expectations for spending and preventative maintenance to predict timelines for financially planning maintenance tasks. Goes along with the first two. A proactive process meets the goal of efficient use of public resources by shifting from costly reactive emergency repairs or catastrophic failures to planned strategies that extend the life of assets, save money, and ensure safety to avoid extensive damage and downtime that can cost up to 3 to 5 times as much when you don't expect to do it. The elevator project is a good one. If planned right and designed right, they're telling us we're 6 to 8 months should be max without an elevator in the building. If the elevator goes down and we're not prepared to do it, we're probably looking at somewhere between a year to 18 months to get everything on site and to be able to fix it or change it out. So that's kind of how this program works. That's what we're trying to do. So, and it's worked great. The limbo system that you keep hearing, we've had this in place now just a little better than 2 years. We're averaging well over 2,000 tasks a year between all the facilities. But that's just the number of tasks. That doesn't explain how much time goes into that. I think the total right now, since we came online with this, is 4,100 tasks for a total of almost 11,000 hours, man hours, to accomplish those tasks. This system also tracks not only our routine stuff like snow removal, lawn care, it tracks all of our preventative, lets us know when things are due so we don't miss it. That's helped tremendously. The guys have caught things well before it would have been a disaster, whether it be a heat pump that's finna go out or an air handler that's finna go out, which is a disaster when you got 100 people in a courtroom up there. They don't tend to take likely to getting hot that fast. It also tracks all of the requests that come in. That's how we determine, like Audra was explaining, we do the routine stuff, but we also look at the requests that come in to determine who's getting the most of the guys' attention and who we spending the most money on. We've just, in the last 6 months, started implementing the parts count to this. It has a very elaborate inventory system. For example, when we buy filters for a building, we put them in the system. We put them in at the cost per filter. As these PMs come up, the guys check the box that I changed the filter. It automatically adds that cost to that task. So it's a total of time and parts. We update. Audrey helps me update constantly our pay rate. So when a specific tech says he spent 2.5 hours on a task, it automatically puts 2.5 hours at his rate in there. So that's how that all comes about. It's a very thorough system. There hasn't been many questions that Audra or Jenny asked, where are you at with this, or what is this costing, that we can't just answer in a matter of a few seconds. Any questions on that?
It's like a very efficient system, and it helps you to stay ahead of the problems.
Absolutely. When you have as much real estate as we do, with as few of guys as we have, it's very easy to overlook something or forget something that'll come back to bite you pretty quick. So there's no forgetting with this system. It's constantly reminding us what's coming up, what do we need to do, and it lets you know. It starts shooting emails to us when we're not addressing it fast enough. So
good.
This slide that she's showing you now, this is how we get the, and I'll give Audra a pat on the back. We used to do this with a little system she had to figure out how to charge for both janitorial services and maintenance. And she would just ask me, scale of 1 to 5, how much is your guys in this building? She was probably within 10% when we actually got numbers to back that up. But this shows you who requires the most of our attention. And again, this is routine. This is PMs, your preventative maintenance stuff, changing filters, lubing equipment, taking ammeter readings, making sure everything's flowing, making sure everything's working efficiently. But it's also all the work requests and the projects. They're all tied into this. The only other part that we haven't tied into this is, along with all the parts, is also we can, all of our big contracted projects, there's also a way to tie those in here so that you get the full picture when you pull up either an area in a facility, the facility itself. We're not there yet. We're still tiptoeing, but we've come a long way with putting together what we've got.
Thank you. I just really respect the way you're handling that, and I think it's probably saving us a lot of money.
We like to think so, sir.
Yeah, I absolutely believe it.
Mr. Chair. Mac, thank you. Appreciate it. This is really cool. I'm assuming that detention center's extra attention there is just the 24-hour nature of its operation, as well as the numbers of people and the business that they do there, that it's really hard on that building.
Yes, Commissioner, it is. Has to do with how full they are. It has to do with the mentality of the inmates that they have in there. Probably 50% of what you see, well, the detention center requires more because it has way more mechanical systems than any other building that we have. So it's a very elaborate operational system in there, between fire suppression, boiler systems, domestic water, your heat pumps, your cooling tower. We have the state comm shack in there that requires a lot of redundancy to make sure it never goes warm. But also, it is a 24-hour facility.
Yeah.
Very critical when you house people that aren't allowed to leave. So the emergency side of things, the NFPA, the fire and life safety, all of that requires a lot more attention than most of the buildings.
Yeah, pretty explainable. And then can you just give us the highlights on the Murray building? I'm assuming similar, just the medical nature of it and the technicalities and all the intricate systems that have to be part of that, as well as that.
Yes, Commissioner. So the Murray building, we're hoping to start seeing a little bit of decrease in our time over there. As y'all know from the budget process the last 3 or 4 years, we've put a lot of effort into bringing that building up to par.
Sure.
A lot of new equipment over there. You got that generator that the whole building is generated now. Brand new MAU. So mechanically, we gained a little bit of time over there with the PMs and stuff with the new systems. But at the same time, we're not over there trying to figure out why they're in the dark or why something's not providing water or heat. So it's getting better. Pureview is a little needier than most of our county departments, but they're doing pretty good too. They do have their own maintenance over there. We're just a little controlling over what we let their maintenance do without our approval.
Sure.
So some of those things require things, and they're still. You've had the big influx of county health people that moved into the building, which created more work on us, a lot more on my janitorial services and supplies. Pureview is kind of restructured several times over there, and every time they do, that requires a little of our time. That's a pretty packed building over there.
Yeah, it is.
So, and then we've done a lot with the parking lot and things like that over the last couple of years. So, but we're getting to almost, I don't want to say status quo, but where we can back off a bit and focus on like the courthouse and where some of these bigger projects are.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Mr. Chair, as Mac's walking away, could I just make another comment?
Sure.
Mac, the responsiveness that you have and the willingness to answer any questions, help the Myrna folks, do whatever it takes to make sure that things are going. I just really appreciate it. The extra mile you went with the journey home and helping them get that off our books and work with it. I just, you and the whole staff, Ryan, thank you. You guys have you always go above and beyond. I really appreciate it. So thank you.
Absolutely. They've been great, and they've got a system to make it help them be more effective. So. All right.
Okay, thank you, Chairman, Commissioners. The last budget that we're going to talk about is the Road and Bridge Operations Agenda. A lot of categories and funding sources here to bring it into the larger operations budget that Audra will present. We got bridge operations and infrastructure, shop maintenance and fleet, road operations and infrastructure, road gas tax, metropolitan planning organization, and fuel revolving. In the audience is Kevin Horn, the operations manager, Dustin Knoll, the fleet manager, shop maintenance supervisor, Clay Cottle, who is our bridge manager. Who's not present is Ed Tinker, who's our road manager, and Alex Lemieux, who's our sign tech. So along with all of the staff that are out there doing work across the county to support this program. So with that, I'll turn it over to Audra.
Thank you, Jenny. All right, our last section. It's been a long haul. Thank you for sticking with us this afternoon. The first budget.
The detail.
Pardon me?
We appreciate it.
Great. The first budget I'd like to present is the bridge operations. It's responsible for construction, repair, and maintenance of 110 structures, 1,400 plus culverts, 125 miles of guardrails, 1,500 miles of drainage infrastructure. They also assist our road division and our special districts program with road maintenance as needed. As you can see, from the staffing summary, our staffing levels are remaining the same for fiscal year 27. Operations and maintenance is a 17% increase from fiscal year 26. Minor equipment totals $17,900 and includes a storage building at $15,000, lifting chains at $500, training room laptop at 50% for $750. 2 window air conditioning unit replacements at 50%, $750. 2 whiteboard replacements at 50%, $400, and unanticipated tool replacements of $500. Repair and maintenance includes a 50% cost share for some painting and replacement of an exterior door, $3,000. Professional services includes a 1/3 cost share of $50,000 for the Metropolitan Planning Organization Long-Range Transportation Plan and Projects, hydraulic studies at $10,000, and an analysis of load ratings on bridges under 20 feet for $40,000. Added in fiscal year 27 is $4,333 for the PubWorks technology support fees. We have a PubWorks program that is being upgraded currently, and that is going to cost our road and bridge.
Excuse me, PubWorks? What was the term?
It's a technology program called PubWorks.
Oh, my hearing's going bad, and I guess, what is she talking about? Pubs? Pub. Thank you.
PubWorks. Yep. Thank you. And they are upgrading their platform, and that's going to come at a higher cost for each of our divisions that use that software. Travel and training is being reduced from $8,900 to $6,700. We increased our contracted services for drug screenings. They're costing a little bit more than we've budgeted in the past. That's an additional, that's $750 total. We've added a janitorial expense at a cost share with the road, noxious weed and shop of $8,091. The buildings division now also, we're included in the Limble system, and the complex helps contribute for janitorial and maintenance services that the buildings division provides the buildings that we just spoke about in the last budget section. But that comes at a cost. We used to hire our own janitor, and now we're using our own internal service fellas, and they have been doing a fantastic job. But Public Works is probably one of the needy ones. I'm sorry, I have to tell you a little funny story about that. So the Limble software is supposed to track tasks, and when I have to submit a task, I make sure on one task I always add like 5 different things, because I think it's being efficient if they're going to come to our office that they can do 5 things. And they get mad at me because they're like, this is 5 different tasks. Oh, and they left. They don't even get to hear this. But so I get in trouble all the time that I'm skewing his statistics because of the way I submit our requests. But that comes at a fee. And for the bridge division, that's an expense they share with those three divisions of $8,091. Fleet capital contribution for the bridge operations we now have one fleet CIP. The bridge division contribution remains $241,000. The bridge operations also contributes $300,000 to the infrastructure fund for bridge infrastructure projects. That remains the same at $300,000. As a side note, you're probably wondering where my MSEP projects are, the Montana Coal Endowment Program. Those project expenses are budgeted in the Bridge Infrastructure Fund, which we'll be talking about next. Bridge Division operations funds people and equipment. Generally, any projects are budgeted in the infrastructure budget. Are there any questions on bridge operations?
See anything? Okay.
Okay. We'll move on to bridge infrastructure. This is our project fund for bridge projects. The revenue that we are budgeting for in the next year is the $300,000 that I just mentioned that will be transferred from the bridge operations budget. We have a Montana Coal Endowment Program bridge grant for the Augusta Clemens Elk Creek project at $750,000. We have Senate Bill 536 bridge funds also for the same Augusta Clemens Elk Creek project of $793,700. We have Senate Bill 536 bridge funds for the Nelson Road at $105,000. And we have state disaster and emergency services FM 5503 funds. We submitted an application for the Horse Gulch mitigation. We budgeted that at $382,350. We have not heard if we received that grant yet, but we budgeted for it because we're hopeful that we'll receive those funds. Expenditures, these are the projects we budgeted for. The Montana Coal Endowment Program, or MSEP, Augusta Clemens Elk Creek project. That is a $1,543,700 project. We have the Birdtail Replacement Design Engineering at $150,000. We have the State Disaster and Emergency Services FM 5503 Horse Gulch Mitigation, $510,000. Again, we've submitted the application for that grant. We have not heard if we're getting those funds yet, but we're hopeful. We've budgeted Senate Bill 536 bridge funds for the Nelson Road project, $105,000. Lake Helena drainage improvements, $250,000. The Beaver Creek, commonly known as Skufka Bridge engineering, $80,000. And every year we budget $60,000 for an unanticipated partnership opportunity. Anytime we don't budget for that, somebody comes to the county and they want us to partner with them on a bridge project, and we always like to be able to do that. So we try to budget some money for that every year in anticipation.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hunter.
Horse Gulch mitigation, is that the intersection where it gets washed out from the, yeah, okay. Thought it was. Thank you. Jimtown Road. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Any questions on bridge infrastructure?
I don't think so.
All right. Then I'd like to turn it over to Kevin Horn for the goal alignment with the bridge budget.
Thank you, Jenny. Thank you, Audra. Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Kevin Horn, oversee the operations for Public Works Department. So I just want to emphasize that this was kind of a unique exercise for us. It was kind of fun to be able to take bridges and try to align with these goals. So it was a total collaborated team effort. led by Clay. Corey Gallup was also involved with that. He's our bridge lead man. As we go through this, you're going to hear a common word. That's the word safe or safety that falls into this. That's ultimately our mission and our goal in Public Works. And we tried to tie that into some of the goal alignment to the best of our capabilities. So on the community service side, what does that mean to our bridge department? The bridge department ensures the safety, accessibility, and reliability of bridge infrastructure for all of our residents, right? That includes our emergency services personnel, which is extremely important to them, our visitors that come in and outside the county, and ultimately the bridge department community services to sustain a safe transportation network with our bridges. Our long-range planning, this is a big collaborative effort too. And I want to mention Engineer Carlin is with us today. He is a big portion of this pre-planning. You see all these grants and stuff that come up there. He writes a tremendous amount of them, works with our consultants. We live on those dollars in our bridge program. I mean, think about the last 3 to 5 years, how many bridges we replaced at only a little bit of match money. It's in the millions. So I just want to thank Dan and his team for all of that efforts and the support in our bridge department. So what does that mean to our bridge team? We manage the lifestyle or the life cycles of our bridge infrastructure. We identify the future needs. We secure the additional funding for bridge replacements and bridge rehabs, and that's where Dan comes in. We continue to utilize that 5-year strategic bridge analysis. We've actually moved that out a lot farther. That's a huge prioritization tool for us of how we allocate that money on an annual basis when we're asking for it in these cycles. Things like the Montana Co-Endowment Program, Senate Bill 536, MDT off systems, the state DS dollars. We rely on those grant opportunities. What Dan's really good at is getting ahead of them with his consultants, so we know they're coming out. I just got back from Billings. Jenny sent me to Billings to the Montana Infrastructure Coalition, so we have a good learning process when it comes to that pre-planning. So we're going to continue to capitalize on those grant opportunities well into the future. That just maximizes our bridge lifespan, right? So I'll talk a little bit more in our final paragraph. I just want to plant the word preventative maintenance so we can think about what preventative maintenance means. On the collaboration and communication side, this was a little bit tougher for us to tie in. The main reason is we're talking about bridges, right? So when you think about a bridge, how we put it into perspective was it acts as a central hub of our infrastructure, right? It connects our road networks, it connects our city of East Helena, it connects our city of Helena, it connects our Forest Service. Bridges are our connectors because they cross all of our waterways. So with that being said, we related that back to some of our public meetings on our communication. So think about Augusta, when we had the bird tail stuff going on, how all those presentations went. Think about our last Craig meeting when we had to close a major infrastructure. Those are all things through public service announcements that we've really focused on, that we even want to get better at through this goal, is that communication with the public. We have so much less complaints when we're telling them up front what's going on. The other thing is you folks approved about 3 or 4 years ago a set of reader boards for us, and you see those out. Those are just amazing to get that information out on that communication piece. I'd also mentioned on the collaboration piece, that has a lot to do with our landowners as well. When you think about Birdtail and you think about our agreements with the Dearborn, having that collaboration with private landowners is super important to our bridge department. Lastly, on the efficient and effective management of our public resources, our bridge department ensures efficient uses of our bridges by prioritizing our maintenance. So I mentioned that word prioritizing, prioritizing the budget of what we're going to maintain, scheduling those repairs, and securing that external funding to preserve bridge investments and maximize our bridge lifespans. By doing that, we feel like we can reduce the long-term replacement cost, and we would do that through our inspections. You're going to see a note in the budget that we're going to want to do some inspections on bridges under 20 foot this year. MDT does not inspect the 11 bridges that are under 20 foot. So we will do a health analysis. We've applied for some money with you folks to do a health analysis of some of those under 20 foot bridges. Load ratings, they're super important, right? That helps protect so heavy loads aren't, jeopardizing our structures as we move forward, and that's provided by MDT. And then the preventative maintenance and constant monitoring, ensuring safety and compliance, what is set forth in Montana statute. So happy to answer any questions. We all thought that this was a real fun exercise trying to tie operations into some of these things because we had to look through maybe a little bit different set of eyes, but we had fun in the process. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Anything?
Not a question, but I'll just comment because he's talking about tying the goals in, and I'm just tickled pink actually about the whole department and that this has been a priority because it's been a priority for me. I've been talking about it for a while, and I'm really wanting to tie our county goals into not only they're in the background somewhere, but how they really are in our daily work lives. And so I just really appreciate this Public Works and how you've brought it forward and made sure it's part of your presentation. And I think that, I hope that this is a foundation for kind of having that bleed throughout our whole county family and making sure that our goals are represented in our daily work.
Absolutely.
And that we can see that out there and the public can see it. And if they ask about where are these goals represented and what you do, we can easily talk about that. So thank you.
Absolutely.
It's amazing the detail that goes into all that is done, and Audra's detail and Mac's detail and Jenny's detail and Kevin's detail. It gets done. And if you don't have that detail and you don't have the follow through, we just sit here and talk about it. But you folks are really getting it done, and part of it's because of the detail that we know what we need, and you're planning for it and making a difference. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin, and thank you, Chair Rall, for those kind words. We'll move on to the shop maintenance division budget. The shop maintenance division is responsible for the repair and maintenance of over 135 pieces of fleet vehicles and equipment valued around $23 million. This fleet does not include the landfill, the sheriff's department, or rural fire district fleets. For the shop maintenance division, all revenue pretty much comes from the road and the bridge division. The road contributes 90% of the costs related to support the shop. The bridge division contributes 10%. The total garage charges that will be contributed between the two is $1,360,000. For operations and maintenance, there's a total increase of O&M of 2.8% from fiscal year 26. Minor equipment totals $13,800 and includes a magnetic drill replacement at $1,700, a Veris scan tool replacement at $5,600, a disc brake hub handler at $1,300, a commercial U-joint puller at $700, and a forklift at a 50% cost share at $3,000. We have the need to increase repair and maintenance supplies from $230,000 to $275,300. The cost of parts and services is increasing. We have increased CDL renewals and physicals from 550 to 775. We're increasing computer repair and maintenance from 15,600 to 25,143 because we're adding a second subscription of diagnostic softwares to another laptop so that our mechanics don't have to share one laptop. We'll now have two laptops for our 4 mechanics to share. We also have the Pub Works upgrade, which I mentioned earlier, that is quite a significant cost increase for the shop maintenance division. We've added a porta potty service to our Public Works complex that will cost $1,080. As you know, we had a porta potty next to the shop when we had our fuel island for anybody using the fuel island at night or at other times. We have limited restroom facilities at the Public Works complex. And so when we started talking about moving that porta potty to the west side of the facility with the fuel island, we had a lot of comments from our employees that people who aren't using the fuel island are using the porta potty. So we had to add a second porta potty. So now we have 2 porta potties on each end of the complex for whoever may need a restroom. The shop is also getting a second coat of their exterior painting, which will be $3,000, a catwalk at $1,000, and rebuilding a loader articulation at $13,500. We have several items in this budget that we were not able, to budget for fiscal year 27 that we felt were important and needed. Of the 3, the $50,000 to move an overhead power line underground for safety. Once we moved the fuel island and some other things, it left the power line kind of hanging out there. We have some signage up and cones to try to prevent people from running into it, but we just didn't have the funds to add that in. That would be to Northwestern Energy to put that underground for us. We also wanted to add a 3rd laptop with diagnostic software for our mechanics, but that was going to cost about $5,625 just for the laptop, not including all the diagnostic software subscriptions that we would have had to pay for. So we're going to hopefully over the next few years add a 3rd and possibly a 4th laptop so each of our mechanics have what they need to do their job without having to wait for somebody to finish with a laptop. We've also, as I mentioned earlier, we wanted to increase our repair and maintenance supplies from the $230,000 to $275,000. We really wanted to increase it to about $300,000. We just couldn't do it. Like I said, this budget is paid mostly between the road and the bridge divisions, and those budgets just could not take these extra few things that we feel are important, but they just would have put too much of a strain on the other budgets. Are there any questions about the shop maintenance division?
I have a question. What's the catwalk for?
The catwalk is for our mag chloride system, so we can access the top of the tanks. It's a raised walk that goes around and you climb a ladder.
What are you using now? Isn't there?
Well, that's a very good question. We're probably just using a regular ladder.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Payne, yeah, as you guys recall, we moved the magnesium chloride tanks and the fuel island to the other side of the building. Mag tanks are now inside of that building, and so they're going to be protected by the UV. I think he just has a ladder right now, but we can't do maintenance and perform maintenance around the whole adjacent side of it. So the catwalk would be to add that, to have that be a safe area for those folks, for Dustin and his staff to maintain that piece
Makes
of equipment.
absolute sense. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to add a little bit on the unbudgeted. So, the budget message from the Frank and Roger and you as commissioners just indicate status quo. But when you think about status quo, is that what we really have to sustain the program? And as the cost of parts and inflation go up, the status quo would have been to increase the parts and services to that $300,000 range. The budget could not have sustained that. So saying something status quo versus what we need to perform the service is a little bit different. And so the things that we had to prioritize and take out based upon the funding constraints does not necessarily make sure that we're status quo. So I'm just hopeful that Dustin is going to continue to be efficient and effective in his management so that those resources aren't going to be needed. And then just added safety impacts around the power line and other issues. We have it posted with signs, we have it in place, but when you go to that public works complex on a daily basis and you see that power line and you just know it's a risk, at some point in the future, we do really need to get some of those safety items addressed as well. So just wanted to add those two bits.
Jenny, aren't there some grants available to help us with this? Northwestern Energy would probably, can we get grants?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Payne, potentially. I mean, we can evaluate that. We also, within the Public Works complex, as we move to the municipal separate storm sewer, MS4 program, other environmental issues that are come up, there's going to be a need for infrastructure improvements at the Public Works complex. We do have a master plan, but there's not been any funding really to sustain that. And so over time, there's just not a lot of grants out there for infrastructure type of projects that aren't bridges. We don't even have road grant money available. So we just have to keep our eye out, see what's available, see if there's safety dollars or something that we can apply for and look, or finding ways to look at other options.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I could, I meet with Jenny on a regular basis and I meant to ask her this, but we have a very unique piece of equipment I just thought I would ask about. Is the PT crusher functional, and does anyone know if we have any plans to be using that on anytime soon?
I'll take the first part of that. Yes, Roger, we still have the PTH crusher. We actually have two of them now. We just have one tractor that runs it. If you're not familiar with the PTH crusher, it's a piece of equipment that we pull behind a tractor, and it takes about a foot of the native road bed, pulls it it crushes the big rock and lays it behind in a windrow. And then we take a scraper, a motor grader behind it, not a scraper, probably a motor grader is a better term, and lays it out nice. For gravel, this is really helpful in our outlying areas where it's very expensive to haul gravel to those locations. I'm sure we have projects. We can probably talk about that when we get to the road budget.
Mr. Chairman, we can address it now. Kevin can also address it in his questions, but when we get into the shop fleet, of course, that's a piece of equipment that Dustin and his staff maintain. Of course, it's not something that we're going to need to purchase this next year. Last year, they used it up in Augusta, used it in Little Wolf Creek. Moving forward this next season, based upon staffing and getting folks hired up in the Lincoln area and getting folks going, the goal is to use it on Stemple Road. This last year, because of all the moisture that they got on that road, all the washouts that we've had, the concerns we've had with Stemple, there's just no material up there on that road, and there's a lot of native bedrock and the road didn't get frozen, and we had all that washout. So the idea is to go use it and chew up all of Stemple Road and relay that material as time and resources are allowed.
Thank you, Jenny. Did that answer your question, Roger? Okay. Is there any other questions on the shop maintenance division?
Mr. Chair.
If there's no questions in the shop.
And Audra, I mentioned at the outset that I had a 3:30 meeting, and now I'm a half hour late for that one. So I'm going to bug out, but I apologize for not catching the rest of this, but I tried to stay till 4, but I got to go. I have another commitment.
All right. Thank you.
Bye. Okay.
Okay, as you know, we combined our CIPs for the bridge and the road department and the sign division into one fleet capital. This CIP is managed by our shop maintenance division. We receive contributions from the road budget, and in fiscal year 27, that amount will be $1,585,000. The bridge contribution, as we talked about earlier in the bridge operations budget, that contribution to the CIP will be $241,000. Purchases from the fleet capital will include a loader at $403,850 and 4 snowplows totaling $979,420. At this time, I would like to invite Dustin Knoll, our shop manager, to come up and discuss how the fiscal year 27 shop budget aligns with the commissioner's goals.
Thank you, Audra. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, thanks for giving me the opportunity to do this. As Kevin said, you know, there was a collaboration of us and as well as my lead man, Justin Davis, to come up with some ways that the shop maintenance division is aligning with your commissioner goals. So, you know, we're an internal service, so, you know, our customers are road, bridge operators, you know, for the most part, and some other departments and whatnot. So, that's who we take care of, you know. So, my staff, which is for great mechanics myself, you know, for the culture, a culture of community service, you know, we're proactive, kind of like what Mac was saying. We're all about being proactive instead of reactive. That's a big part of our job. And we're very proactive with planned maintenance to reduce unexpected equipment downtime, which in turn keeps equipment safe and reliable and also lowers the operation expenses, you know, by avoiding emergency repairs or AKA reactive repairs. So that's the first one. The effective long range planning, again, another big part of our job day to day is having that capital improvement plan is, you know, we're heavily invested in that. And what that does is, I mean, aligns the financial allocation with the life cycle of the asset or the piece of equipment. And we make data-driven decisions on when to repair or replace, depending on that, you know, that data that comes in, and ensuring equipment reliability and controlling cost of ownership over the asset or equipment life. So, the communication and collaboration. There's, you know, our communication and collaboration is again, you know, in internal services, you know, trying to keep our fleet running to the best of our ability. And in order to do that, we invest in consistent training for the mechanics, which includes, you know, diagnostic software upgrades, as you saw in the budget. There's, you know, a big investment in that, and as well as diagnostic tools that are used with the software. And the budget facilitates communication and collaboration with real-time information, sharing with other departments outside of public works as well as in, you know, internal divisions, and to reduce reactive responses and the need for more costly outsourced services, you know, outside of our shop. Last one, efficient and effective management of public resources. You know, it's, you know, we all, most of us anyways, walk in thinking, you know, let's do what we can to, you know, be efficient employees for the county. At least I do, and I know everybody else does. But I'm talking about, you know, the mechanics and whatnot. We do our best, and to coordinate. What we do is we coordinate with other department and divisions. And what that does is promotes the efficient use of public resources by prioritizing and scheduling preventive maintenance and timely repairs to avoid higher cost, you know, reactive emergency repairs, failures, and premature equipment replacements. I wanted to bring up one just as an example for, you know, an efficient management of public resources is we recently took over, we recently took over the maintenance of 4 of the public works generators, gensets, which used to be outsourced. And one part of it's outsourced, one part of it isn't, but that saves the county almost $6,000 a year just by us doing it, instead of, you know, an outside source. So that's the coordination that we do with other departments. A part of it, an example of it, I guess. So that's all I have. I'm open for questions.
I really appreciate the way that you've got it all lined out there, the long-term planning. I just, like I said before, I think that knowing where you're headed and what you need to do really makes a difference.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. That's a huge collaboration of even the operators help with that by telling us, all the way down to that, telling us, what the needs versus wants, as well as, how good something's running, or this thing's getting old. It's time to start putting some money into it or replace it. So it's a big collaboration for that long-term planning.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner.
Earlier, Audra talked about PubWorks. This is almost as bad as a three-letter acronym. I assume it is some kind of a computer system. Do you know what it is?
Correct.
Could you tell me what it is?
Sure, Commissioner Payne, and Mr. Chair, I know PubWorks that's the name of it, and it truly is it was built and designed for county and city agencies, government, exclusively for government. And we've had that program for 12 years now, since 2013. And so how I use it is that's where I keep my data, the work orders that all the mechanics do. On average, each mechanic produces anywhere from 180 to 200 work orders a year. And more or less depending on if they're working on more long-term or short-term repairs and whatnot. But that's where I keep all my data for, and that data is used in turn to, assess the replacement cycles of equipment and things like that. So it's a very important part of our operations, for at least for fleet, fleet maintenance, it's a fleet software. And there's other components of it that bridge and road and, use. So that's why we all pay into it to use it. So, and it's going from a very old system to a new cloud-based new technology system. So and the name is actually changing to G-Works instead of PubWorks. And and the reason for the high expenses this fiscal year is because we have to make that initial jump to a newer technology, and so we can continue with what we've been doing for 12 years. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Does that help? Okay.
That was very helpful. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Dustin. Thank you, Commissioner Payne, for that question on PubWorks. You asked the right person. At this time, I would like to talk about road operations budget. Road operations is responsible for the maintenance of 455 miles of gravel roads and 119 miles of hard surface roads of the 1,496 total road miles in Lewis and Clark County. As you can see from the staffing summary, our staffing FTEs will remain the same from fiscal year 26. For revenue, budgeted revenue will increase 4.5% from $5,186,278 to $5,414,045. Personnel will increase 8.4% from fiscal year 26. The budget for fiscal year 27 does include 2 retirement payout estimates that total about $57,000. For operations and maintenance, we have inflationary increases of 1.4% in O&M budget and 1.8% in the fixed charges from fiscal year 26. Minor equipment totals $7,445 and includes a training room laptop at a 50% cost share for $750, 2 computer monitors, $600, a 2 window AC unit replacements at a 50% cost share at $750, 2 whiteboard replacements at a 50% cost share for $400. A spin laser tripod and smart level at a 50% cost share at $845. A Trackit iPad, keyboard, and case at a 50% cost share for $1,100. And unanticipated replacements for the Helena, Augusta, Lincoln, and Wolf Creek outlying area shops, $3,000.
Audra?
Yes.
Could I ask a question?
Please.
You've mentioned before it's a cost share. Who do you share that with? I mean, is it?
Great question. Thank you, Commissioner Payne, Chair Rolfe. There's various ones, so I'll just go over a couple of them here. Anything related to the road office is a cost share with the bridge because bridge and road shares an office.
Okay, but it's still in your.
It's still in our department.
Okay.
Just a different budget. And then the spin laser tripod, smart level, and the Trackit iPad keyboard case, those are a 50% cost share with the special districts program. The special districts program and the road department share a position. And so those are the shared costs related to that position. Okay.
Thank you.
We've added $556 for an on-call telephone to replace the pager system that we're losing. The road division will contribute $4,333 to the Pub Works update that we just talked about. And we've added the Trackit update at $5,700. Building repair and maintenance includes a 50% cost share for the replacement of an exterior door at $1,500, and then $5,000 for the Lincoln shop heater repair. Professional services includes budgeting $10,000 for the road prioritization plan, and grant and permit consulting assistance also at $10,000. So we transfer out funds from the road operations to various other funds. We have a 1/3 cost share of $50,000 that will be transferred to the Metropolitan Planning Organization for the Long Range Transportation Plan and associated projects. We have a fleet capital contribution budgeted at $1,585,000 transferred to the CIP we spoke about after the shop maintenance budget. That is up from $1,360,000 in fiscal year 26. We were able to make that additional contribution or increase our transfer to the fleet because in the current fiscal year, we received $341,663 in timber receipt revenue that we had not budgeted for. We thought we were losing those funds, and we got a surprise deposit here not too long ago. So we're putting that money in our CIP. So other than transfers out, we also have travel and training will total $8,800, and that includes the Montana Association of Road Superintendent Conference and some equipment operator training. Is there any questions related to the road operations budget?
Any questions?
Okay. Real quick, before we go to the next slide, we're going to talk about the sign budget. The sign division is in the same fund with road, so it's the same cash flow. You'll notice under expenditures, there's road-related expenditures and sign-related expenditures. For the sign division, there's a 3.7% decrease in operations and maintenance and a 20% decrease in fixed charges from fiscal year 26. Minor equipment totals $1,300 and includes a computer monitor at $300 and unanticipated tool replacements at $1,000. The sign budget also includes $5,000 for school crosser flashing lights maintenance and repair.
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
The two decreases that you mentioned, nothing ever goes down. The cost of, there were two things that you said.
Right.
Rosie.
There was a 3.7% decrease in O&M budget. We had some, in fiscal year 26, we had some school crossing flasher light, kind of expensive budgeted, and that's not being rebudgeted. So that was a one-time thing.
I remember that. Thank you.
Mhm. And then the fixed charges, there was a change, I believe, in insurance and fixed costs that were, it's a fixed cost, so we have no control. That would be a Frank probably question.
Just, it seemed unusual that something would.
Yeah, it's not in the O&M, it's in the fixed cost portion that they had the nice little decrease in their budget. So that was nice. That's kind of unusual for fixed costs as well. Yeah, thank you for that question. Anything else on the road fund? Okay, we'll move on to the road infrastructure. This is the budget where we do our projects. And we'll go over the revenue side first. Some revenue that we're budgeting is the U.S. Department of Transportation, Federal Highway Administration for Country Club Road, $1,300,000. We have a U.S. Forest Service timber sale roads money coming in at $40,791. We have the HMGP Beartooth realignment at $400,406. That application has been submitted. We have not heard if we've received those funds, but we are hopeful enough that we budgeted for it. We have the road mill levy transfer in of $1,142,944. We have a gas tax transfer in of $400,000. And we'll have an exaction transfer in for a Flowery Road project of $24,039. So our projects for fiscal year 27, on this slide, we have the Country Club design, $1,300,000. We have the Beartooth erosion realignment, budget at $533,874. We have the timber sale roads dust control, $40,791. We budgeted the crack seal at $85,000. We have some approach paving budgeted for $24,000. We have our chip seal project at $170,000. We have scrub seal at $880,000. We have $350,000 budgeted for the Warren School intersection reconfigure. We have $305,000 budgeted for gravel material and associated projects. And we have $220,000 budgeted for bulk road stabilization material and associated projects. Are there any questions on the projects that we have budgeted for fiscal year 27?
The Old York Road, Tizer, Warren School intersection, I thought that was a Department of Transportation road that we couldn't do anything about. Is that?
York Road is the state road. We're doing this on as you turn off of York Road.
Okay, so this won't help our crosswalk problem.
Not crossing York Road to the school. No.
Okay, thank you.
I believe the old road used to go on the south side of the school, if I remember right. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, in the road infrastructure, we also have one item that is not budgeted that you may have or may not have noticed, and that's the Lake Helena final design and right-of-way acquisition costs. Are there any questions on that before we move to gas tax?
Which one is that one I'm missing?
The Lake Helena Road final design and right-of-way acquisition.
Okay, now I remember.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we were hopeful that we would have enough, have the ability to have some budgeted amount in this fiscal year to continue with those efforts on Lake Helena the road improvement. So if you recall, from Deal Lane to the Causeway, we'd like to ultimately pave that and do some safety improvements with some guardrail and some other safety features. We've started the preliminary design. I think it's about 35% complete, but you have to get to closer to 100% design and then also acquire the right-of-way in order to do construction of a project if we ultimately get construction dollars. So we were hopeful we would be able to budget some in this to phase to continue that, moving that project forward. There's a lot of public interest in that project, and we have to prioritize and get the funding that we have available in order to move that project forward. We do not have the funding in this year's budget to project anything from that. We applied for.
It's not on your list.
It's not on our list because it's unbudgeted. We don't have any revenue to contribute to the project. Right. So we need money in order to budget for it.
Got it.
We applied for a congressional spending request, if you recall, to try to get that improvement from on Lake Helena to Hauser. But we were told from Senator Sheehy's office that that project is not moving forward. So our one funding attempt isn't going to move forward. We just have to continue to look for other opportunities.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the gas tax budget. You'll see from the cash flow that we anticipate about $700,000 in gas tax apportionment revenue. Expenditures for fiscal year 27 our planned expenditure activities include $400,000 that we are transferring to the road infrastructure fund for road infrastructure improvements that we just talked about. We have waterborne paint striping on non-chipped roads, $75,000. We have $25,000 budgeted for snowplow, dump truck, grader, tractor truck, and water truck tires. We have $44,000 budgeted for snowplow, dump truck, and grader cutting edges. We have $30,000 budgeted for PTH wear parts. We have $30,000 budgeted for a Pacer road analysis. We have $7,500 budgeted for pothole patching material, $107,500 for winter salt and sand. We have a $2,175 sign transfer, which I don't believe that is correct. Let's go back to sign, which I have no note. That 2,000 is not correct. That is a typo. We're missing a number there. I'm going to look that up real quickly. And of course, I'm not going to be able to see.
This is
there it is. Sign operation cost $72,000. So I missed $70,000. That's in the notes that I type here. Luckily, I do have it right on the slide. Thank you, Jenny. We've also budgeted $55,000 for project contingency. As you know, the market can be quite unpredictable right now. So if we have some cash reserves, we like to budget to use that in case of some market fluctuations. Is there any questions on the gas tax budget? Okay, well, I'd like to invite Kevin Horn up again to discuss how the 27 road operations budgets align with the commissioner's goals.
Thank you, Jenny and Audra. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, again, Kevin Horn, Operations Manager for Public Works. Just want to start off real quick to follow up on the question you had on Pub Works. We use that in our road and bridge department as well. It's basically our job costing system. So all of our equipment set up in there by FEMA costs, all of our materials that we use, all those costs are set up. So we're able to create for any project what that project cost us through a project code. So plus all of our roads are in that system that we maintain, so we can look at any kind of maintenance of what we put into those roads over the course of time. That's how we kind of help prioritize our needs and our budgets. So it's a very good tool for us.
What a fabulous tool.
Yeah.
Good on you that you're taking advantage of it.
Yep. Kind of the same process here, folks, with Ed Tinker. He's at a funeral. He's not available to be here today, but I'd also like to mention Doug Erickson, which is our road division lead man. He's also on vacation this week. So we kind of went through the same process with those folks on the community service side. On the road, we provide a crucial link between operations and community safety that ensures transparency, safety, and accountability. The main focuses are managing public expectations. How do we do that? We have that portal in place now. That's really helped, like Jessica talked earlier. I'd say probably, well, I don't even know, but I think the majority of our issues that come through Public Works and or our commission line have to do with roads, right? So that's just another tool in our toolbox to help us on that. Receiving feedback, that's super important to us. Those are our government days and our special meetings. Information sharing, timely responses as it relates to road maintenance. Again, our calls have went down, quite a bit by using that portal. It's not intended to lose the personal touch. So, just because it goes in the portal, if folks want to respond through an email, we'll respond through an email. If they want to call back, we'll give them a call back. So, pretty cool tool that Jenny came up with. We use it very frequently. Again, on our long-range planning, you see a lot of that data that Audra has presented today. This is a strategic roadmap defining long-term visions for budgeting road and maintenance improvements that connect growth opportunities to physical road improvements. It allows us to secure additional funding with the ability to manage project surface treatments and road upgrades to maintain a safe, efficient transportation system. Again, I'd refer to Mr. Carlin. You guys see him in front all the time opening bids and talking about all of our chip seal projects. Brent Makula is our construction coordinator. He plays a big part in that as well. He measures all of our roads. I'd say probably in the last 8 to 10 years, we have put in a substantial amount of money in surface preservation. For one reason, just because roads are good, you still have to keep them good. And the mediocre roads will say we're trying to improve them even more. We did a pavement condition index that Dan led. You'll hear more about that in the future, but we feel that we're in a lot better shape than we were 8 years ago by just that preventive maintenance piece. So when you see all this stuff with the scrub seals and crack seals and chip seals, that's our effort to preserve those investments over long term. Communication and our collaboration piece. This is the foundation to safely and efficiently manage our road infrastructure needs. It helps reduce costs and provides the ability to respond to emergencies. I always say the emergency piece on our road network and our bridge network because it's important to get heavier fire trucks to certain locations, right? You've all sat on fire council. You've all heard about bridges when we talk and roads. That's why we go to that meeting, is to provide those updates to our emergency service partners. It also provides the ability to maintain internal and external partnerships with other governing agencies and to align our common goals. I am proud to say with this team of people, we probably have the best relationships with our government entities right now. That's MDT, that's the Forest Service, that's BLM. All of those folks, FWP, Blackfoot chapter. We work on numerous projects together on that collaboration piece, and we partner on a lot of things. You've seen some of that in our Forest Service agreements that Audra just presented. And also the management of our road prioritization system, right? That was implemented many years ago. We just keep pushing forward on that. We try to do a fair and equitable project each year, but we get those reports, Commissioner Payne, sometimes out of our pub works, right? That what that road indicates, and through our pavement index charts of what that condition of that is. And we put in a little bit of money and we help those folks, and hopefully they'll do a homeowners association and or a rural improvement district. So that helps with all the life cycle planning to avoid a lot of that premature failure and costly road construction. So that's about it on the road side for what Ed came up with. But again, I want to say thank you for the process. It was able to, we were able to open our eyes to a little bit different strategy, I would say, or to be able to align with some of this. Customer service has always been a big thing in both our road and bridge department, but to try to put it all together with the safety factor was quite a cool process. So appreciate that.
Thank you, Kevin. And thank you, commissioners, for hanging in there with us. We just have a couple more slides, so it's just the final stretch here. Next is the Metropolitan Planning Organization. Now, this is a new budget, recently created the last two budget years. I think you may remember that the road division, the bridge division, and the planning department all contribute 150 or 50,000 each for a total of 150,000 to the MPO. And this year, we worked together with Frank to create a fund, MPO fund, just for the Metropolitan Planning Organization. Those contributions will remain 50-50-50 for each of those entities for an extended period of time. They will go into a fund similar to our bridge infrastructure fund, where we will plan projects with the MPO dollars. So what you see on this slide here is kind of the next 3 years. It includes the current fiscal year. We have a road research contract right now with TD&H that will be $12,000. In fiscal year 27, we have budgeted 2 projects for our first year with the MPO fund. We have a TA grant for the Lincoln Road, Montana Avenue path at $418,061. And we have an MGIA grant for road research, and that's $145,000. Yes.
Commissioner Payne.
Thank you. The TA grant for the Lincoln Road, Montana Avenue path, is that the walking path out there by my house? Is that what you're talking about?
There is, and the TA stands for Transportation Alternative Grant, and yes, it's out in, okay, I just wanted to make sure we were right. And an application has been submitted, but we have not heard. We have heard.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Payne, so yes, we applied for a transportation alternative grant specifically for projects within the Metropolitan Planning Organization. It's to preserve and maintain that transportation alternative bike path, walking path on Lincoln Road by Jim Darcy School and on North Montana, plus some upgrades to the ADA sidewalks for some of those crossings, as well as some flashing lights for additional crossing improvements. We did receive the grant award. We're waiting for MDT to finalize the agreement so we can bring it in for you to accept that grant award. So yes, we are getting the money. We just have to get all the project stuff completed. So
Another question.
Go ahead.
You've on your graph, you've got annual contribution from road, 50,000 from bridge, from planning, and then other funding contribution of 429,139. Where does that come from?
All right, thank you for that question. Commissioner Payne, Chair Rawl, we have that $429,139. There's $344,139 from the Transportation Alternative Grant. There's $65,000 from the Montana Geospatial Information Plan Act grant, which an application has also been submitted for that grant. And then there's $20,000 contribution from the IT&S department for the road research project.
I always like to know where it's coming from. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Are there any other questions on the MPO?
I think, this is all kind of coming at us with from some new directions here. And I think that, we're already about a half an hour beyond where we thought we would be. I think maybe we're to the point where we need to schedule some time doing our regular meetings because there's far more.
Chair Rolfe, we have one slide.
One slide left.
Really, one slide. Well, we have the fuel revolving cash flow, which is remaining pretty much status quo. That budget is. And that's for the fuel island. And there's a picture of our new fuel island there. If we could go to the next slide. This is our final slide. And this will conclude our Public Works fiscal year 27 budget presentation.
This is by far the most interesting budget presentation we've had. I just want you to know you take as much time as you need. This is the good stuff.
Thank you. I just want to end with a few statistics. Public Works staff began the creation of this fiscal year 27 budget in September 2025. Okay, so that was 9 months ago. We put a lot of time into this budget, and we look forward to this opportunity to bring our budget in front of you and talk about our programs. And while this is my 18th year of compiling budgets for Public Works, I really want to emphasize that the process is in no way a solo achievement, okay? Over the past 9 months, all the managers that were here today and even more staff members that were not present have done a fantastic job of compiling and justifying budgets and requests. They've spent many, many hours with me developing, modifying, analyzing, and strategizing how to accomplish their program needs with revenues that are not increasing at the same rate as expenses. So on the screen are 3 statistics that go back 10 years, showing that in total for all activities of the Public Works departments, budget dollars have increased by 70%. The total number of budgets that Public Works is responsible for has increased by 52%, and staffing has increased only by 20%. So you'll see the total number of programs that Public Works budgets for are 25 programs. That's up from 19 in fiscal year 16. We budget 17 CIP budgets. That's up from 16 in fiscal year 16. And we put together 149 RID budgets, and that's up from 91 in fiscal year 16. So that's a large number of budgets, as you're probably feeling that right now with the long amount of time that it's taken for us to present. And I do appreciate your time and listening for this length of time. But I just want to send a huge thank you to my exceptionally capable coworkers for their dedication to our department and their fortitude in providing the best service to the public that they possibly can with the limited dollars that we have. So on that note, I'll turn it over to Jenny. I'm sure she has a couple things she would like to say as well.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Payne, just thank you guys for your time. We really appreciate it. This is a great opportunity for my staff to just present to you and like to share the good work that they're doing. Again, as Audra indicated, this is definitely a team approach, and everybody takes so much pride in the work that we're trying to get accomplished for the county, and leveraging dollars and looking for ways to maintain nimbleness and flexibility so we can take advantage of those grant opportunities. You know, as Audra indicated, when you look at a budget change from 24 million up to 41 million in the last 10 years, that doesn't come with a lot of staff increase. It just means that we're more effective and more efficient in the operations of the work we're trying to get accomplished. And all of those extra efforts and increased budget comes with administrative tasks and administrative efforts that we just have to manage as a county, not adding more burden on to our operations that doesn't allow us to get the good work of the county completed. So I want to thank you again. Thank Audra for putting this budget together. It's a lot of work. She can breathe for a couple months, but she's going to be right back at it. And my whole team for their level of effort on the work that we're trying to get accomplished. So thank you. Appreciate that.
And I think I have to agree with what Commissioner Payne said. That there's more detail here. There's more planning involved here than we're seeing, and it's why you're getting so much done. And and I like to. I was thumbing through here. I see all the plans for the money that's being set aside in the CIP and where each item is that and how close it is to being funded. This is really a work of art, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Roger, anything to add?
Well, thanks, commissioners. Thank you to Jenny and Audra and everybody who's out here in the audience. It's a great team, very high performing department for us, and their work is very much appreciated. Commissioners, maybe we could take a moment. We're wrapping up now today, and maybe Frank and I could talk with you just for a moment about what the next steps are. Just a quick reminder. So next, we'll be bringing back to you what we call the budget requests that have been made that are unusual or are new for you to either approve or deny. We'll be working on that over the next few days. So that will be happening. Overall, commissioners, I made a couple of notes here. You know, our county organization is in very good financial condition. And what we're anticipating is for that to continue. There are some unknowns out there. There are some challenges out there. We don't know if there will be changes made by the state legislature in this coming year or the future years. So we will pay attention to all that. But the county has a whole system of processes and financial policies regarding debt management, investments, travel, procurement, how we establish CIPs, how we put our budget together, that have put us in excellent position to deal with whatever comes our way. And one of the policies we have also speaks to our reserves and how we will handle reserves. So those are all important pieces. But we have a low debt service, a low debt load for the organization. We have a high AAA bond rating right now for the organization, which is reflective of how we handle our financial operations. And we also have a very robust program of pursuing grants whenever and wherever we can. And we've actually put a department together that helps us assist with that. So those are some of the things we're doing. We also engage in very thoughtful and conservative revenue projections, and we also focus on partnerships. So all of those things that I'm just mentioning combined put us in good position for the future for our citizens and for the organization. I did want to mention two other quick things. So we will add this to our list, but commissioners, it hasn't come up in the past 3 days where you've been listening to all these presentations. But we got some feedback that there might be a request coming our way for some property we own called Ryan Fields, right across from the fairgrounds. And that they may want to fog seal that parking area. So Commissioner Hunthausen spoke to me a little bit about this a few weeks ago. Well, we have a lease with the Babe Ruth Association, which takes care of all of those. There's a lot of fields there, Commissioner Payne. You're probably very familiar with them, right? So we don't have anything formal yet. We don't have any kind of written request, but it was shared with me that there might be a desire for the county to consider funding, doing some fog seal preparation on that parking lot area for for those programs out there. So we're going to research that. We'll bring you that back to you. I'm just putting it on your radar, putting it forward so you're aware of it. And the other thing too, commissioners, is we'll follow up on this. There's been an interest indicated in the historical Silver City Cemetery property, which the county owns. And I know you all had a chance to go by there and look at it a few days ago. So we had some assistance out there for many, many years of people in that location who helped take care of that property, but that now seems to have ended. I don't know if someone moved away or something else happened, Commissioner, like you just said. So that's the Silver City Cemetery. So we may want to bring back forward to you some ideas or thoughts about how to fund that. We'll put that on our list. You don't need to do anything today. Just wanted to put it on your radar, along with what we heard. And I see Commissioner Hunthausen is back with us. That's great. Again, that there's the Babe Ruth Association may have an interest in talking to us about the need to fog seal the parking out there near Ryan Ball Fields. But we don't have anything formal yet. We don't have a formal cost estimate yet, but we'll be looking at that. So none of that's clear yet, Commissioner. There's no funding plan for it yet. Commissioner Hunthausen, we were speaking about this while you were gone. But we do own the property. They are providing a service. So we have a lease agreement with them. So we're going to be working on that. Just a heads up for you. So commissioners, I'll just wrap it up by kind of starting the way we began. I think what you saw reflected here in the presentations was a lot of pride in what we do as an organization. You heard that from all the different presenters, and you can tell when people care about what they're doing, and I think that was reflected in what we've seen over the past 3 days. Now we have some decisions to make that we'll be bringing back to you as we just continue our regular budget process. But if you'll remember the budget message that you all approved that Frank Cornwell sent out for us, we really wanted to try to be able to offer a COLA this year as well too, like we've done every year based on the consumer price index. That's been incorporated into all these budgets, and we'll be pursuing all of that and going through it in the coming days. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for letting me just kind of wrap it up for us, but want to defer to Frank here too if he has anything for us.
Mr. Chair, thanks, Roger. Just reiterate what Roger is saying. I mean, I'll be taking a lot of what we've seen today, compiling all of that into a summary for you, and bringing it all to you, I believe next week or the week after. And we'll go through those details, and just like we have every year, decide on where you want to go from there. Yeah, so lot of work to be done, but really good presentations. Like Roger said, everybody's taking a lot of pride in this, and we're very lucky to have these folks working with us. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, as we wrap it up, we'll offer an opportunity for anybody to say anything. Public comment. Is there any public comment? Is there any public comment? Seeing none, we're adjourned.